Welcome back to Blueprints. I'm Akinar, and it's so good to have you all with me once again. Hope you're having a good one today. We're going to get started with day 52 in just a moment, but first we're going to take a little time to see if we can figure out this Herbert's will situation. We've been nudged that the will has a very important clue for us, and I've also received an additional nudge from one of my buddies, shout out to Sparky, who has reinforced that idea that, hey, out of all the things that you could be doing right now, maybe the will should be number one on your list. Maybe spend some extra attention trying to figure that one out. And that I am honestly at this stage of the game, I'm happy to have this kind of direction with, as big as this game is, having some friendly advice as to what to focus on is very well received. So we're going to be spending some time here. Let's go ahead and bring up my notes. Switch over to my notes here. I also have this quote-unquote new clue that I had received previously, and we went through the first couple lines of that new clue. And that is what, in my mind at least, got me focused on the end of the will. The fact that it talks about the preliminary draft copies of Red Prince and a new clue, and the natural order of things. These are the only words, I think, in the whole will that are actually in bold. So there's something going on here. There is something that the game is trying to hint us at. The problem is, I have no idea what it is. I have been mulling this over, and I cannot for the life of me figure out what is the natural order of things supposed to mean. I feel like any idea that I come up with is some overcomplicated scheme of trying to find some convoluted order to the words in Red Prince or a new clue. But I feel like if it is one of these things where you need to take like a certain numbered word from a certain page, I need more direction. Like I don't know what natural order of things means. I need more help to try to figure this one out. Maybe this is one of these like lateral versus literal brain things where I need to think more outside of the box, but I'm just not very good at that. Maybe that's what this takes. So what I am accepting, or what we're going to look at here, is we're going to at least look at a little bit more of this clue, the new clue from Riley. And I've strategically copied the message here, so as we can start to reveal it word by word. I have not read it in its totality yet. So hopefully the idea was from Riley that each line would progressively get a little bit more direct in its guidance. So read each line as needed. So let's start. Let's see. Maybe we'll need to read the whole thing, but we're at least going to give it a look here to start, or at least the next line. It has nothing to do with clocks or timing. Okay, that's the first line here. It has nothing to do with clocks or timing. That was our convoluted idea of trying to reach room 46 on day, I don't know, I don't remember what day it was at this point, but we got there before the sacred hour. We got there in record time, and those cuckoo clocks did absolutely nothing for us, and probably will never do anything for us, because that's what the clue tells us here. Okay, so we can rule that out. Good. Let's keep going. I think we need more guidance. It is a hope left boldly. Aha. Okay, it is a hope left boldly and just for Simon. Okay, and then I think that might be the end of that line before it goes into something else here that starts with a quotation mark. So, okay, that's also confirmation. That's confirmation. It is a hope left boldly. Okay, so the natural order of things is the correct thing to be focused on here. We're looking at the right part of the will. Now, and just for Simon, right? Okay, so it's a gift, like the first part had said, the gift and a message from the old man to you. That's what we're cluing into here as one final gift to my grandnephew. And then we have the bold natural order of things. So I think so far, this is just telling me what to look at. I still am not quite sure what to do with that stuff that I'm looking at. I think I need to read more. I think we need to go further here. So let's continue. In quotation marks, there has been much debate. There has been much debate, comma. Now I didn't, because of the way I copied these from the YouTube comments, it did not separate these automatically onto new lines for me. So I don't know for sure where each line ends, but I think because there's a comma here, this line keeps going. There has been much debate, but the will, capital W, for what that's worth, but the will is still needed. Okay, I think that's the end, because the next word is capitalized, and it feels like that would be the start of a new line. There has been much debate, but the will is still needed. Let's go ahead and let's make this, let's change the text color here, so now that is shown to us, and then we can put the next part here on its own line. And maybe that's the final line. So it has nothing to do with clocks or timing. It is a hope left boldly just for Simon. There has been much debate, but the will is still needed. There has been much debate. So, debate. Is this word in any of, have I made note of debate anywhere within these documents? I don't remember this word showing up in, well, here's the thing. It might show up, it's possible that it would show up in one of the books. I'm cluing in on this word. Maybe this might be a hyper-focus thing where I'm like pulling out, I'm trying to, a word like this feels like it would be something like a hope left boldly, a gift, and a message. Words that are meant to help point you to what you're supposed to be thinking about. There has been much debate. Why is this in quotation marks? Is this said somewhere else? So now maybe I need to go... See, I don't remember this being one of the lines from A New Clue or Red Prince. Let me first go back to the will one more time. Was there anything on the rest of the will here that talks about debate? Debate. There has been much debate, quote unquote. And then it talks, and then it says, but the will is still needed. The will is still needed. Why would there be a question of the will not being needed? The will is still needed. Do I need to reread this thing from top to bottom? The last will and testament of me, Herbert Sinclair, do publish and declare. Like maybe debate is somewhere in this. Is the word debate mentioned at all? I'm not sure if I need to take the time to fully read this whole thing. Maybe I should read the last line of the clue though, because this still feels, I'm not having an aha like I had with this line, right? When I got to this line and I said a gift, it occurred to me that the will had mentioned specifically a gift. I give and bequeath one final gift to my grandnephew. I don't remember debate showing up in here. I wish I had. I guess I could take the time to run this through ChatGPT to like get the text version of these images so I could search through them. Oh, wait a second. Here we go. I see it. Moreover, to the Grand Cathedral of Araja, I bequeath 8 stone statues sculpted in the likeness of the Aegean angels. Arinda, Lydia, Rina, Joya, Dauja, Vea, Mila, and Draxus. These sculpted figures have been in the Sinclair tomb for multiple generations, and even though there has been much debate over their natural numeric order, they have nevertheless remained steadfast in their safeguarding of our family's secrets. Debate over their natural numeric order. Oh, that's what he's talking about. Obviously, right? This is where debate shows up. and it's natural numeric order. Natural order, the natural order of things. Okay, okay, okay. Excitement. Now we got to figure out, okay, the ordering of the angels. There is an order that is listed here in the actual will. Is that what, there has been much debate, but the will is still needed? Is that trying to say that the will is needed in order to tell you the natural order of the angels? And is this ultimately what this is getting at? That it's not about the two books. This is not about Red Prince and a new clue. Maybe it is. Maybe this is part of it, because these are part of the gift, right? He is bequeathing the original manuscripts to us. But I'm also wondering if the natural order of things is simply just referring to us. Is the will trying to tell us to go to the tomb and activate the angels in this prescribed order? Now, the other thing that I'm okay, because I'm thinking a couple things here. The first is, I want to check my footage maybe and go back to the very first time that we went to the tomb and see in what order did I activate these angels. Or how did I know the order to use in the first place? I knew it from the chapel, didn't I? That's how I knew it. The chapel has the artwork that lists, it tells us the ordering in which to, okay. So in the chapel, Orinda is number 7. But in the will, I might have to open 2 separate windows here to make this a little more convenient. Let me actually do that. Let's go floor plans, bring this in a new window. Just make this a little bit easier to navigate. This is, I think, this is promising, because if I go back to the will, Orinda is actually listed first. Activate Orinda first, not 7th. The question is, the next question that's coming to mind is, me trying to remember which angel is which. Which one is which? because I don't know that I have them all. Let's see. So maybe I need to go. Okay, so Lydia was, we had a cloister of Lydia for a very long time, correct? And maybe I can go to my green rooms here to tell me for sure. Cloister of Lydia is the equestrian. The lady riding the horse is Lydia. So, and Lydia is supposed to be 2nd instead of, what was she originally? In the chapel, Lydia was listed as 6th. This is a completely different ordering here. And maybe this is the natural order. Okay. Now, gosh, this is one of those things that it does make me a little bit frustrated, because I don't think I would have ever come up with this. I don't think I would have ever figured this out on my own. And like, maybe from a game design perspective, I don't know. Did you all figure this one out on your own? Also, I don't know if I figured it out yet, so don't tell me anything just yet. But it's making me think that we need to draft the tomb. I was already kind of thinking of drafting the tomb just to have like more dice for various reasons. But now. Okay, I think we have a direction on this. I have something I want to try before I read the very last line here in this clue. Because it seems to me the idea is go to the tomb and activate the statues in this listed order. And I think we would be able to do that because originally the you activate the 7 angels from the chapel, and that opens a door that gets you to Draxus, who's in the catacombs. Now that door's open to us. And I think we've seen that I hadn't picked up on this maybe. Well, I didn't have any reason to try to pick up on it, but I think we had tried on a subsequent day to pull one of the handles on one of the other statues, and it did pull, which showed to me that they do reset. They're not a one-time use, correct? I could be making that up completely. I think we're at the point where we need to jump into the game, except I did just remember there was a couple other things that I wanted to do first. Okay, we're going to try to get back to the tomb. Natural order. Question mark? Let's try to get the tomb, which means we're probably going to try to get an inkwell or maybe dice before we go back to the tomb or the outer room so that we can re-roll a couple times, because I don't want to use my Banner of the King on black. I'd like to save that for blue so we can get more blue tense memos. And that's the next thing that I wanted to look at here, because I received a couple nudges regarding blue tents, also from Riley. And I've hidden those here as well, so we can go through them in a similar fashion. Let's see if I can. Here we go. Okay, so if you're entertaining guests, I figured we would do this on camera as well. Normally these sorts of nudges I read by myself off camera, but I thought, let's do this on camera for once, just so we can have some fun discovery together. Because that's a game like this is all about those moments of discovery, correct? And the one that we just had with maybe the tomb in the natural order, that was a pretty fun one, and I'm glad we did that here rather than me by myself. Nudges for which rooms to prioritize for blue tents memos. If you're entertaining guests or simply seeking a crest, be sure to draft the room where the vintage vessels rest. And I think that's the end. Okay, that's the end of that line. So if you're entertaining guests or simply seeking a crest, be sure to draft the room where the vintage vessels rest. Oh, vintage vessels, as in wine. This must be the wine cellar. Simply seeking a crest. The wine cellar has a crest. It's the combined Epson and Sinclair crest, if I remember correctly, but it has been a long time since we've drafted the wine cellar. Okay, the wine cellar. I think that's the wine cellar. Let's make that into, let's unhide that text. Wine cellar, question mark. So maybe we will prioritize the wine cellar today. What's the next one here? To continue on your blue note quest and keep the learning paced, seek a room that opens many ways once the gears are placed. Okay, all right, that sounds like the mechanarium. Once the gears are placed, which those are mechanical rooms, right? This has to be the mechanarium, I think. Probably, most certainly the mechanarium. Okay, so we've got a couple rooms there too that we can aim for in our blue tents situation as the day progresses. Notes review or puzzling, whatever you want to call it. The preliminaries are out of the way. Let's jump into the draft. This is part of the game, though. This is just part of the game, and they are really not separate entities when you boil it all down. So I am excited about this natural order in the tomb, but I also will need to review my notes a little bit more extensively to confirm the identities of each angel. There's a couple that I like. Joya, I don't know for sure which one that is. I think Dauja is the chimney sweep. But when we get to that point, if and when we get to the point that we actually have a tomb, then we will worry about that. But we're not going to draft the outer room just yet. We do start the day with a... Oh! Is this the first time this has happened? I think I had wondered previously whether the moon pendant could actually get itself. And I think it has. It's returned itself to us, which is hilarious and awesome. It's also given us a metal detector. So metal detector plus moon pendant and a key card, of course, which we always have. And we got a couple keys carried over from the clock tower. So let's get our day started, shall we? And we'll try to get an inkwell because we have 53 stars. So once we get an observatory and an inkwell, we can head to the outside and pick up, hopefully, a tomb. With an inkwell, it should be a certainty. Okay, is this chapel or hallway here? I don't think I take a closet. That's not a dead end I want in this spot. I'd be probably taking a coat check. But what was the reason that I had? Oh, right. The reason to take the chapel, this is the other thing that we tried last time, was our castling. Our castling. And I think I read a little bit of one comment, which I think was also from Riley, but I'm not sure, that seemed to indicate that I was on the right track or I was not too far off from what I was doing with castling, which kind of makes me curious to maybe take another stab at the chess thing. And so in order to do that, we did actually come a little close to not picking up a bishop for the castle or for the chess puzzle. So taking the chapel here over the hallway would make sense if we were trying to guarantee all of our chess pieces. And maybe I just do that anyways, because it does give me the most doors. But the hallway also, I mean, gives me the same amount of doors with a key. So I think I don't have a certain... The thing is, even if I'm told that, hey, you were close to getting the castling thing, I don't really know in what way I was close. It hasn't occurred to me yet what I would have done, what I would do differently to try to actually castle. So if the chess thing happens today, it happens, but I'm not going to choose a chapel over a hallway to try to force the chess piece or the chess puzzle to be active. Let's just go with our resource generation for now. And do I want to draft from the hallway? I think I'll draft the other doors in the entrance hall, and I'll be happy to take a dead end if I have to in each of these spots. Or I can take a spare master bedroom and kind of save that for a little bit later, once we have a few more rooms in the house. That seems good. Could also just take a den for the gem. That might be the smart choice. Or the closet for some dice, as well as items. We're a little bit early here, where getting resources is important. But I like the door that goes to the corner on the east wing. Let's take the spare bedroom and then draft over here. There's our observatory. Okay. I think I'd take that over the coat check just to have it now right away, because I want to go to the tomb and do tomb stuff. Now at the same time, the coat check is great. And it shouldn't take us too long to get our hands on an observatory. So, I don't know, maybe I should take the coat check here and just guarantee that we've got that one knocked out. Commissary could also be a good move to get us off on the right foot with gems. Tough pick. Tough, maybe not that tough, but I have a little bit of indecision. But I mean, we need to figure out this, what's going on with the will. And I feel like the sooner we get our hands on it, a tomb, the better. This cost me a gem here, but that's okay. It might get me a gem back, actually, now that I realize it, because it does give us Diamondus Minor on top of our inkwell. Let's go. Okay. So, let's go and get ourselves a tomb. And now we will begin to figure out angels and which angel is which. I think we know the first two. If we're taking the natural order to be what is listed in the will, That seems to me the Occam's razor explanation here. Then Lydia, or I should say Arinda, followed by Lydia, is the start. But let's first procure a tomb, shall we? Only have to spend the single star, and we are in. We didn't draft any dead ends yet, actually. I was just thinking to myself, Cat Laser Brain was wondering, do the tombs or the dead ends drafted before the tomb count? Or is it only once the tomb is active will you get the extra gold? Not that we need it, but I love knowing these details. Let's figure out where is, I think this is Lydia, but she's number 2. Arinda is number 1, and we can pull these. We can pull these. Let's just confirm. I'm going to go ahead and bring up my notes one more time. The prescribed order here, which I'm actually going to just take a... How do I want to do this? I'm going to take a look. I'm going to use the... Let's do the snipping tool to go ahead and just grab this. Grab this so I have the single little thing that I can tab back and forth between. But the thing is, I'm also going to need to look at my other notes, so I'm actually just going to drag this off to... It's Arinda, Lydia, Rinna, Joya, Dauja, Vea, Mila, and Draxus. So I'm just going to drag this off to the side here. But then I still have my... I need to go to the actual... I need to figure out what the other ones are. So I feel very certain about who Arinda is. So this is Arinda, right? Arinda is number 1. Let's just do that. Get that out of the way. And then we're certain about Lydia, I think. Take our coins here. We're certain about Lydia being our writing crop. She's the one with the writing crop, right? Yeah. Lydia, number 2. Now the next one, Rinna, I think is actually in our room directory. Rinna is now... Never mind. Cloister of Dauja. Cloister of Dauja. Oh, this is one thing I could do. Is I was thinking for a second I could look at my footage to see when we did the upgrades for each of the cloisters. We've had 2 of them. There would have been other angels listed there that we could have chosen, right? And then we would see which one is which, at least for the ones that were listed in the upgrade screen. The problem is, I have no idea what day I upgraded these. I have not taken that level of notes. So that would be a lot of footage to scrub through. Rinna. Where am I? Maybe in my notes, I have Rinna typed somewhere. I don't. What about... Let's see if we can do a process of elimination here. Dauja is somewhere. Lydia and Dauja are mentioned. Oh, in the drafting strategy. Ah. So, and this is where maybe this information becomes relevant. Because it's one thing to just put the pictures in the chapel that let the player know, hey, I can just look visually. I don't need to know the names of the damn things. I can just see which one is number 1, number 2, and so on. Now I need to know the actual names. So Lydia is to the right of the centerpiece in the chapel, but we know who Lydia is already. Dauja is to the left. Dauja's to the left. And so we go back to the chapel and we look to the left. That's our farmer. And that's who we have. Oh, I just did this. We were in game, right? With the Cloister of Dauja. So Dauja is, in the natural order of things, number 5. I feel pretty confident about Mila because we have seen Mila, I think in the, well, originally we saw Mila in the servants' quarters? Not the servants' quarters, but the maid's chamber. And then that statue got moved to Lost and Found. But this is another clue here. This our maid is Mila. Now, in the natural order of things, Mila is number 7. But Mila is the maid. So Mila is the maid. And that leaves quite a few still. Quite a few. So the chimney sweep is not Dowager. And, oh gosh, this is where I'm going to have to figure out where have I gotten, because I know these things have been mentioned. These things have been mentioned throughout. Gosh, maybe I am going to have to look at my upgrades that I was offered. I mean, I should search for the other names, right? We should search for the other names and see. But I already searched for Rinna, and I didn't find her. I don't think Joya is mentioned anywhere. What about Vea? We know who Draxus is. Draxus is down in the catacombs. Mr. Skulls. Mr. Skelly. What about the classroom? What about the classroom? And it's going back once again to this 4th grade. There's the 2 angels that are shown here, but I don't think they are named. Let's check our screenshots here. Let me go to screenshots. Oh, actually some of the planets are named these, aren't they? Vea is one of the planets. Ooh, and Dowager is as well. Huh. I don't know if that helps me. That doesn't really tell me which angel is which. Crap. Well, dang it. Because you need to figure this out. Because once you've pulled a lever, there's no take backsies, right? Or is there? Oh, there is take back. What? Oh my God! You can take these back. Oh shit. Okay, well, we might be able to do. Well, I suppose we could do a little bit of brute forcing, but I don't want to brute force things. I'd like to figure things out. I'm just thinking, could we also search for the other angel? Let me search my other Google Docs. I have a couple here. Search for Rinna. Ooh, Rinna is listed outside the house. She's the gardener, isn't she? See, this is why I do put little notes like this as sometimes I will do this. I can't say that I'm doing it in 100% of circumstances, but our gardener's logbook, Mr. Nagula, out in the orchard, does talk about Rinna. There it is. Rinna is the one with the backhoe. My best rendition, pretty good considering I've only ever seen Rinna's depiction in the chapel. Okay. That tells us number 3. Rinna is number 3 in the natural order. And she has not the pitchfork. And not the what is this thing called? It's a I'm thinking of, it's where you have the pizza and you put it in the oven. Is it just a platter? What's the there's some probably fancy chef's name for it. Here you are. Here you are. Number 3. Number 3. Okay. So Mila is the maid. That still leaves Joya, Dowager, and Vea to figure out. Do those show up? I feel like Joya has never been mentioned anywhere. Except we figured, wait, Dowager's mentioned? Oh, as a planet. I have it noted as one of the planets that's on the sketch here. Not as an angel. But didn't we just say, wait a second, didn't we just say that Dowager was listed in the drafting strategy? Did I already forget? who she was supposed to be. She's the one with the it's the one that's in our room directory. It's the room directory. The room directory that you were just looking at. There's too many angel names, guys. I'm getting them mixed up. Doja is the one with the pitchfork. Okay, Doja is pitchfork, and she is number 5. So that leaves Chimney Sweep. We don't know who Chimney Sweep is, but it has to be either Joya or Vea. And the cook, we don't really know who she is, but I think Joya and Vea are these two. Doja is Pitchfork. Mila is the maid. We've got it narrowed down. Okay. So can I figure out, man, I feel like the cook was mentioned somewhere. I feel like the cook was mentioned somewhere. Doja, Joya, Vea. Not this one. Vea, Joya, chef. This is not the chef that this is the chef from the email. Yeah, I remember there was an email from chef to camp. Our angel of cooking, though. We could try, right? This, if it's down to one of two, we can try to brute force it. That's not that much of a brute force, if you ask me. I think that's a perfectly acceptable level of brute forcing. So, for number 4, Joya is either the chef or the chimney sweep. Let's assume that Joya is the chef. Let's do number 4, Joya. And now Doja is the pitchfork. There's our chimney sweep there, but pitchfork is right here. Vea, we were under this scenario, Vea is the chimney sweep. With the fancy top hat. And then Mila is the maid. And then the last one is Draxus. Now this is going to cost me a couple steps, but that's fine. All in the name of figuring this shit out. We will happily spend a couple extra steps. Is this the natural order of things? Oh my God. That's a beautiful depiction of Draxus. And I think I see 2 books. A Red Prince and a New Clue. The original manuscripts. Man. The way that you figure that out on your own is you just continuously pour over information, right? You have to first say to yourself, with the will, you have to first say, okay, this is in bold, the natural order of things. And if you're meticulous enough, you read back through that will enough times to see that, wait a second, it mentions natural order when talking about the angels a couple pages earlier. I don't think I would have ever gotten that. I'm not sure that I ever would have gotten that. Damn. Has the music changed? Draxus. Number 8. Quote unquote, the 8th angel, the infinite angel, God, I love this. I love this painting. This is just spectacular. I'm gonna screenshot that. I don't know if it's a clue. Unless I can interact with something on the painting here. But I think it's just artwork to be admired. And admire it I shall. Okay, books. A Red Prince? Or it's not a Red Prince. Red Prince is the name of the book. I say Red Prince, question mark? The Red Prince. Was there a the there? The Red Prince. This is the original. She wrote this down in a notebook. And then sketched out some stuff as well. The little, she's a good, honestly, she might have done the artwork in the book itself. At least this looks so similar to what we see in Red Prince that I could totally see whoever sketched this also sketched the book artwork. Now, interesting. The first word here, once, is crossed out. Okay, what we're gonna do here as we're reading this, I feel all of a sudden like, I have been, because of the fact that I did not just stumble into this myself, I have been nudged strongly by you all to focus on this, figuring out this puzzle. And so that, in my mind, says the information that's in these two books is pretty important. So the first thing that occurs to me here is I would like to compare the text between these original manuscripts and the published books. So let me go to my notes and pull up The Red Prince, which is in the nursery. And is that, in fact, the title of the book? It is The Red Prince. Okay, so, aha. And this is what I thought. In the manuscript, once is crossed out. Once is crossed out. Let's go ahead and take some screenshots here as well. Let me just, I don't think the front is necessarily going to be important, but the, oh, and my sound settings have changed, so you all might hear the screenshots being taken again. But the important thing here, I'm suspecting right off the bat that these crossed out words are of significance. I almost want to go to, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go to the next page and see. Aha, yep. Okay, so there are crossed out words here that we need to pay attention to. I think that is the main point of focus, because every other word seems to be the same between the published book and the original. So once, let's go ahead and just start. This is going to be in, for now, I'm going to put this here. We're going to put this here, then under natural order. We're going to say once, and maybe these words will just, you put all the crossed out words together and they tell you something? Question mark? Did I already take a screenshot of this? Not sure. Gonna take another one. The prince had a love for everything, except everything is crossed out and it becomes all things red. And that is what we ended up with in for all things red. So for everything, once everything. Okay, so far that is a start of a conceivable sentence. The prince had a love. Let me just, hold on. Let me just do this now. I'm gonna take the screenshots. Take the screenshots, and then, oh my god, there are cores. There are sigil cores over words. Oh dear. Oh, and there's some underlined words. Okay, this is going to be more involved. This is not going to be as straightforward as I might have thought. Let's, oh gosh, this is just going to be the episode, isn't it? This is going to be the episode. Is this even, I'm starting to wonder if these words here are even in the actual book. No, there is, oh my gosh. There is some very different stuff here. That's actually the end of the book. Okay, I've taken the screenshots. Now my brain can focus on actually reading the material. So the prince had a love for everything red. It's the only true color, the prince often said. Now is that true in bold here? I know that in the actual book, it's italicized. And that had made me wonder if that was a word that we should pay attention to, or if the italicized words were words that we were supposed to pay attention to. The problem is, in the published manuscript, the italicized words are one. There's only one of them true. I'm pretty sure yeah, that's the only italicized word. Maybe it's still important if you put it together with what we're going to learn in this original manuscript. Maybe. Next page. Or did we finish reading? It's the only true color, the prince often said. Also, is there anything important in the sketches? Are the sketches noticeably different? I think there actually is a noticeable difference here. The Arinda, no, not the Arinda, the Fen Ares core is right here. Whoa. I think everything else is in, you've got the fire hydrant, the wagon, the lobster, the stop sign, the red flags, the apples, the rose. All of those items are the same between the two, but the one very obvious omission is the Arinda sigil. I'm remembering now the letter from the publisher that said, or we've got this backstory that we know that the original manuscript was, well, they made her change the ending. They didn't like it. It was too political. And this feels like a political statement. She's obviously drawing a connection between this red prince here and the actual ruler of Fen Ares. And on this page, what's different between this picture? Well, the knights are facing in a different direction. Maybe that's important, maybe that's not. The prince in the original was holding a scepter. And there's something else here. Almost looks like a little, like, is that like a weird gargoyle doll or something? I am not sure what is here on the left. But in the published version, the prince is just sitting there with nothing in his hands. We also see there's another candle here, and we see more of the carpet on the ground, but that may not be important. Also, I don't know if the fact that these are different, these pictures being different may not be part of the puzzle that we're meant to solve here. I don't know yet. So then we go to the next page. He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. He could not stand the white of a swan in the snow. Those are the same. The words are, but there are sigil cores here. Canary is matched with Arch Ares. Crow is matched with Arinda. And swan is matched with Morajai? Because Morajai is white, correct? Canary is yellow for Arch Ares. Okay. Why are those significant? Why are those cores significant? Why are they mentioned there? Also, is there anything different from the picture this time? This picture seems to be about the same. The sketch. You got the crow and the canary. There's no white swan here. I don't know if that was why that was left out in both versions. Not enough page? Not enough space on the page? Next page. And he never looked up for fear of the view. He had heard that the sky was not a red hue. Now this picture I think is definitely different because I don't think there was a castle. Or, well, is it a castle? There was no castle in the published version. This castle here feels familiar. Is this Featherfall Keep? Is this... So, nursery. Where would I look for Is it a sightseer's guide to Reddington? Is that what I want to look at here? Featherfall Keep. That's not quite it. Is it Reddington? Maybe it's Reddington. Where have we seen a picture of... Well, no, it's in the Sightseer's Guide to Reddington, isn't it? This is Reddington here? No, that's not it either. We see Reddington from the mansion, right? When we're looking out from the Arindian ruins. But I'm not sure about this. Gosh, I feel like we've seen this before, but I'm not sure where. Could it be the castle that's underground that we have spied through the reservoir glass? Or is it the precipice? I'm not sure which area on the underground. But we've seen a massive structure somewhere underneath the estate, and we've not been able to get to it yet, if we can even get to it. Is that what this is? And is this like where the Arindian royalty? Because I'm going to the wrong thing here. In the notes, what am I thinking of? I'm getting a little, oh, that's right. The original, or the published Red Prince just has a blue sky. So if the political statement here was, you know, red versus blue, Akinar versus Cirrus versus Akinar for the Mist fans in the audience. I'm just thinking the reason that they made her take the castle out was because the castle, it must be blue, must be connected somehow to Jayari and the royals who were exiled. But it confuses me a little bit because aren't they supposed to be the Arindian royals? And wouldn't they be connected to black? This is one unresolved thing in my mind, is like, we know that there was this conflict between Arinda and Fen, the black flag versus the red flag. But there seems to be our mother in the ending cutscene, which maybe we should rewatch that at some point. When we first reach room 46, we get the credits, we get the cutscene, and we should probably watch that again. But in that cutscene, and also the fact that we've been given a crown, the crown of the Blue Prince, it's almost like are they transforming the previously black Arindian royalty? Is their new color blue? Or is our mother's new color blue for whatever new ruling, whatever new nation or realm that she's trying to establish? If indeed that's her ultimate goal here, is to make us the ruler of this new realm as the blue prince. But then what is this? How is this castle important? That's what I feel like my thoughts are all over the place sometimes when I'm trying to connect these dots. So hopefully some of that made sense to you all as I was talking through it. The sky being underlined here, you heard that the sky, there's an underline. That's not there in the published version. So I'm not sure. Should I be writing in my notes here that I was going to start once everything the sky? No, that doesn't sound like a sentence that's continuing. And because I think we looked through already and there's no more crossed out words in this manuscript. Maybe there were crossed out words in A New Clue. We have a second book still to look through here. This is going to be the episode, is us just going through these two books. He didn't see the birds or the changing of the leaves, and he never saw the sights of life's many symphonies. Now that feels very different from the published text. That is way different. So he always had a book to turn his eyes down if he was ever outside when the clouds weren't around. There is no similarity at all between what's in the published version and the original. He didn't see the birds or the changing of the leaves, and he never saw the sights of life's many symphonies. That also doesn't feel like it quite has It feels like it has an the pacing is off a little bit with that poetry. I don't know. Like I'm trying to, in addition to reading new words for the first time, I'm trying to like think, how does this fit into a puzzle? So I might be pausing and reflecting as we're going here. This is also completely new. There's a star chart here, or a planet chart. He couldn't see beyond the red shade, he was aware. He never caught a glimpse of the world I had to share. Oh. Wait a minute. Is she actually referring to herself? And is she actually talking about Simon? Is Simon the Red Prince? Also, did I realize this before? Did I realize that Simon was the Red Prince before and I forgot this? That's happened many times as I have, well, done a lot of things in life, not just play video games. But many times in life, I have had realizations and I don't write them down and I forget them. Because this is making me wonder here. The fact that she says, I had to share, the world I had to share. He couldn't see beyond the red shade, he was aware. And that's what we kind of see in the ending cutscene. The ending cutscene is this... Man, I almost want to watch it right now. Maybe we'll do it after this. I'm just conscious of like wasting time, but it's not a waste if you're pouring over stuff that the game has previously given you. Let me I pressed I'm having issues here with my left. I can click. Okay, my left arrow key is a little stuck on my keyboard. I need to clean the keyboard. So, but we can click, mouse click to get from page to page. Let me actually pull that up. I'm gonna do it. We're gonna bring up the... I'm just wondering if I should read the rest of the book first or not. Let's do this now, assuming I have this in the right place. But we should have the inheritance ending, and it's only 5 minutes, right? It's only 5 minutes. And we'll just do this on the spot. We're doing it live, folks. We are doing it live. The fun of... Gosh. Oh, this video game, man. This video game. This video game.
There was once a red prince.
Does she actually quote the lines from...
On a red throne.
Oh, gosh. Okay, this is where I was thinking this before, wasn't I?
He had a red crown made of rubies.
She actually goes through...
And a red castle made of stone.
Well, the start of the... Hold on. Actually, I'm going to...
Prince had a love for all things red.
Okay, she does quote what's in the published version. That was my question was, does she quote the published version or does she quote the original?
The only true color, the prince often said.
It does seem like she's going through... Okay, this is where I had this idea before.
He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. He could not stand the white of a swan in the snow.
I remember this now. Because Simon is so... He grows up in Fanaries as this loyal
He had heard that the sky
subject.
was not a red hue.
It's just been so long since I watched this cutscene, but this is totally...
He didn't see the bird
Simon is the Red Prince.
or the changing of the leaves. And he never saw the sights of life's many symphonies.
Okay, now this is new. This is the original manuscript.
He couldn't see beyond the red shade, he was aware.
Some of it is.
He never caught a glimpse
No, this is it, isn't it?
of the world I had to share.
This is the original manuscript. Oh my God. She was giving us the original in this cutscene.
But one day the prince saw something new.
This is so cool.
And if you look closely, you might see it too. The skies parted and the clouds withdrew.
Oh, wow. Oh, I forgot about that part. Dude, okay, so this is the bottom of one of the geography charts in the classroom, except it's slightly different because in the chart in the classroom, it has like in eclipse, is eclipse. We might need to pay special attention to this. I'm going to actually just screenshot this. Question mark? Oh, I'm pressing the wrong key. Hold on. I got to do it like this. I got to do this because I'm not in game. I was doing the Steve screenshot thing. Let me just do this. And I don't know if this is coming through on camera or not. I'll just put this here. Okay. Keep going.
Clouds withdrew. The prince had a new favorite color. The color blue.
It's so cool that we actually get to pick up that crown. I remember just when I first got this cutscene and thinking to myself, oh, we don't actually go to room 46. We just get an ending cutscene and that's the end of the game. Cool. All right. So, man, that's awesome. That is so flippin' awesome because now we know she was minus, I think she did stick with the original wording or not the original, but the published wording for all things red. Slight little detail there. But then once you get to this part of, this is where I was like, wait a second, this is not what Red Prince says. This is what Red Prince was supposed to say. She is talking about her and Simon is the Red Prince. Duh. Now, is anything in this drawing important? We've got him on his little throne here. He is looking at well, he's looking at a book and there's something like, there's a sketch on this right-hand side or page, but I don't have a magnifying glass and I don't know if I should have a magnifying glass, but it doesn't look like there's anything significant there, but man, it would be nice to have a magnifying glass here, wouldn't it? Because there's maybe some stuff on this planetary chart that I'd want to look closer at. But it's the Saturn planet, which we know to be Doja, correct? Let me double check that information. But we just had it here. Doja is the Saturn planet. And I can even see it in the back on the big board. Is that important at all? Is the reason that Doja being shown on the easel here for some reason? Our mother also appears to be wearing some very, like, old-timey, medieval sort of outfit, dress, with the, I don't know what this thing is called around the neck, but the poofy part of the dress. She also has a bird here. I don't know what kind of bird. It's not a peacock, but I don't know what other bird would have the big, long tail feathers like this. Like, are these details important? Do we need to know what this bird is called? Because they're showing us over here, there are birds associated with the cores. And now I'm wondering if there's a bird associated with every core. Right? Could a parrot be the one that's associated with the green core, which is Vera? Or is that Nuance? Nuance is green, isn't it, actually? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's just keep going for the moment. But one day the prince saw something new. And if you look closely, you might see it too. Now, this butterfly, this is a butterfly, correct? Maybe it's some sort of blue bird that's just very small. But I think it looks like a butterfly. And we're out here in, I don't know where this would be on the estate. I thought for a second we need to like follow the dotted line until we get to where the butterfly is. I have no idea what part of the estate this could be. This doesn't give me enough, these trees don't give me enough information to know. I don't think, unless this dotted line is a path on the estate somewhere, but I don't know of a path that crosses over itself like this. But this is the only thing in the whole book that's, nope, never mind. There's a blue sky at the end. But before this, there is nothing that's actually in color. Okay, the red prince is stenciled in red. But this is the first, like, colored thing in a sketch. The skies parted and the clouds withdrew. The prince had a new favorite color, the color blue. And that is the end. Okay. That is so cool that she was actually quoting us the original manuscript from the original, from the cutscene, or in the cutscene. Now, I don't know yet what to make of what clues there are in this book, but let's maybe take a look at the second book, and maybe that will start to shape things up a little bit more. But I'm also very scared. I'm also very scared at how much information there might be in the original manuscript of A New Clue. How much was actually different? Oh, God. I'm going to do what I did before, and we're just going to go through and take screenshots of everything before we read. Just get that out of the way. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, and I can start scaring myself right now by seeing all the notes that are, oh my God. There are crossed out words, by the way, in this one. So maybe we still do have crossed out words to put in sequence with each other. Jesus Christ, there is, there is so much in this. Dear God, there is so much going on here. Oh, denoted in verse. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm like spying certain things. Oh my God, there's like a rogue moon here? Bro, entrance hall. Look at that. Look at that. Entrance hall. Oh my God. Okay, so if you hadn't figured this one out yet, wow. Okay, this is ridiculous. This might just crack the code of who knows how much. This is insane. Just the little bits and pieces that I'm skimming here. Oh, God. Okay, we're going to have to go through this. We're going to have to go through this, but I do need to take a break and get a little bite to eat. So let me do that. A New Clue. I'm getting excited thinking about denoted in verse, because it's on the chalkboard there where we had draft the sixes and the other things that we had to rearrange. Was denoted in verse an actual book title this whole time that needed to be redone as an anagram? Okay, break time, and we will, oh God, try to sink our teeth into this monstrosity. Oh, this is gonna take the whole freaking episode. I know it right now. Okay, let's do this. If it does take the whole episode, so be it. Because this is where we are. We gotta figure this out, man. And we are starting off. Good Lord. Is this, I don't even know if I want to do the side-by-side comparison between this and the original New Clue. Let's just go with what's on the page here. And see. The first thing I want to see. Well, how many memos should be visible? Cook, maid. Why are the cook and the maid important? Why are they important? We should probably actually look at the let me get my my notes back to the right place here. So we're actually looking at a new clue now. Oh boy. Okay, it does actually start out. So the original does, or the published starts out with him looking at the cook and the maid. Is that really a maid? It's hard to tell. But why are those important? Why are those significant? Route instead. Oh, it does say route 8 instead of platform, because eventually you end up with this message that tells you, you know, when you see all the signs, route 8 instead of platform 8. See, this is the thing, is this could potentially help you figure out the actual puzzles that we've pieced together from a new clue so far. So some of this we might not need for whatever puzzles we have yet to solve. Some of these might be cluing us in to the fact that, you know, you're supposed to look at the platforms. Go the platform that's in the storehouse that shows you the map for the train stops. Look at that as part of your, that's where you need to derive the correct numbers from. All he needed was to find a new clue. Let's look at the original, or the published here. This is, see, I know how this game works, right? I know how this game works, and so already, the very first line here starts by circling a new clue. Is that just because, oh, this is the title of the book? I found my title. This is Mary writing as she's going, and she says, oh, this is going to be the title. I'm going to circle this. Or is it something else? Is it, oh, we actually need to use this, the fact that it's circled? Are there any other phrases? There are. Every space is circled here. So do we need to take all the circled phrases in sequence? Okay, hold on. Let's yeah. Oh, there could be so many things to derive from. We weren't done with a new clue. It just, it was gonna take. When I asked myself, are we done with a new clue? We were not, because guess what? There's an original manuscript, not just the published version. All he needed was to find a new clue. If he found the new clue, he would know what to do. If he knew what to do, he'd likely tell you. He'd likely find 2, is what it said originally. Now, because here's the thing. Okay, the next phrase also has like a big crossed out part. For you are looking for a new clue too, is what it eventually said. But she crossed out, for clues come together like a pair of new shoes. So we started by noting the words that were crossed out in the red prints. And then there were only a couple of them, and I was like, maybe this is not a thing. But then I thought, oh, there's a second book. Hold on. If we continue to put together the crossed out words, we would next add find 2 to that list, right? Okay, I need to do another window here. Let's do blueprints notes. Let's do that over here. And this will be, we're trying to put together the full list here. Once everything were the 2 crossed out words in the red prints, do we add the next set of crossed out words here? Once everything, find 2. That doesn't sound like a sentence. Let's go ahead and put, this down on its own line. These are the crossed out words. I should just have done these as well. These are the crossed out words here. Because are these, for clues come together like a pair of new shoes? That's a lot of words to add to find 2. I don't think, if we're supposed to be noting the words that are crossed out. Except, am I supposed to be noting the words that are crossed out, or the words that were added eventually? Does that make any sense? except once was just crossed out. There was nothing that was added in its place. It was just crossed out, if I remember correctly. And I don't think all things find to, I don't think, well, no, not find to, all things tell you. Once all things tell you, once everything tell you, not sure yet. I could be off already on a red herring here. Why are the cook and the maid important? He had retraced his sketches and studied the files, rewritten his theories and gone through the piles. Of the evidence shown to God only known. Does that even make, is that wording? Does that make sense? Of the evidence shown to God only known, and retraced his steps as it stretched on for miles. Rewritten his theories and gone through the piles of the evidence shown to nobody known, and retraced his steps as it stretched on for miles. Is that? Oh, this was actually completely rewritten here. Of the evidence shown to God only known. That's not even of the evidence present and precedence evident. That's what made the original, the published. I say original. I keep saying original because it's the one that we originally read. We read it first. So in my mind, it's the original. This is the new version. Okay, so the crossed out words here. God only. Find to God only? Maybe these are supposed to go in a different order, right? Let's just keep noting the crossed out words, but it's not making sense so far from what we have. Okay, and then on the other side here, the first thing my attention was being drawn over here to the dead cases. Dead herrings. Dead herrings. Ignore these. Lavatory, closet, attic, furnace, solarium. Ignore them. Oh. Medium gate. Medium gate. Is this a clue for the 8 dates? The 8 dates in, what is it? Small gates. It's been so long since we solved the drawing room now, but the medium gate, the long gate. Maybe this is a clue for the drawing room. Corner cases. Double check with Kirk about documents. Kirk Darren. Except we know Kirk Darren is a pseudonym. Kirk Darren is supposed to be the security guy on the estate, right? I don't think I've ever figured out who Kirk Darren actually is. I wonder if Kirk Darren is actually, could it be Herbert? If we've never figured out so far, Kirk Darren is a pseudonym, but we don't know what the real name is. And Kirk Darren was responsible for setting up the security. Could Herbert have just set up the security himself, but he did it under a pseudonym for some reason? Does that make sense? I don't know. Depart. What does it say here? Depart. I think we need the magnifying glass. Shit. I so far hadn't seen anything that we might need the magnifying glass for, but I think we need it to read whatever is scribbled out here. Because maybe that's another scribbled out word that we need to make note of. What would go after depart? Departures? Departures? We should probably get the magnifying glass to confirm, but if it's departures, the U-R-E-S being crossed out, that's not a word, is it? U-R-E-S? She goes with depart instead of departures. Or maybe this is not anything other than, oh, it actually makes more sense for this sign to say depart in the overall. Read all the signs. Suspect list needed. We'll add in final illustration. Bo Lee. Because that is the other thing, is she was setting up some dead herrings for the Mr. Bon Margle, I think. Okay. Swap the king with the rook. Swap the king with the rook? What? There is actually a rook in the new clue published version, but there's a king in her original illustration. I also see soot. Too much overlap with clue in the secret passage? Oh. 6 add 6 Torlor et. Castle. Right next to swap the king with the rook. This is not in... This bit about Torlor et is not in the published version, and her note here thinks that it was too much. She's like, God, she actually left the clue in the secret passage? Door, right? Isn't that what was written there? This is crazy, man. This is crazy. My mind is getting so distracted now by this swap the king with the rook. Swap the king with the rook. That's what we did yesterday, man. Why did that not work? Did I not swap the king with the rook? At least I didn't do it the way that they were wanting us to. Okay, we see all the numbering here that I think we know about already, but we should double check to make sure. Note to publisher, insert small case numbers barely visible between the marked words above. Yeah, I think this is going to get us the same message that we already have. All checked. All should have a 1 next to it. Yeah, all checked. And she, oh, searched is another crossed out one. So it ended up being checked. So let's add searched to the crossed out words here. But this is, so far in this order, not making any sense. Find to, God only searched. But maybe once everything's searched, find to, I don't know. We gotta get them all compiled. But I think all checked corner case rooms, corner 3, case 4. The numbers here are not showing us anything new. Now, what is new? Checked being crossed out, search being crossed out for checked, but also every space is circled. So we should have 2 things that we're noting here, I think. A new clue is circled. So we have our crossed out words. Let's do it like this. From Red Prince, crossed out words. Once everything. Then we have our crossed out words from new clue. From new clue crossed out words. Then we have, or we can actually make this its own line like this. This is annoying that this is going to bug me if I don't get this resolved. I have to get this bullet point on. No, why does that not work? No. Shit. There we go. Okay. Sorry. OCD satisfied. Let's also there. OCD satisfied. So crossed out words. Now we can add circled words. Circled words. But let's put the ones from different pages, maybe. Maybe that's what I should do with the crossed out words. I might organize these a little bit differently down the road, but let's just do a new clue, and then we have, we have every space. Every space. Okay. Is that the same? Do we have every space? Yeah. This wording here, I would expect to be the same between the manuscript and the published version. Swap the king with the rook, god damn it. Next page. He looked and he looked under beds and in nooks. Nooks is underlined and it says too obvious. Under beds and in nooks. Okay. The nook. Are we missing something in the reading nook? Here's another crossed out word. He... I might need the magnifying glass here because it looks from what I can see here, it looks like we just crossed out he for, did we just capitalize it? Is that what we did? We might have crossed out a lowercase h and a lowercase e, and then we replaced them with capitals. Are they both capital? Maybe he is another crossed out word that I need to add to the list of crossed out words in a new clue. And that's the reason it's crossed out, because we're supposed to be paying attention to the crossed out words. Why is there an X here? What is the X delineating? And I feel like I need a magnifying glass because maybe this X looks differently when you pull it up closer. We've got a special order for magnifying glass in the commissary, so we can go get that anytime. He looked and he looked under beds and in nooks. He questioned the maids. He questioned the cooks. Oh, that's right. Okay, maids and cooks are mentioned on this page over here, and then cook and maid are in. Are they just on the suspect list? Is that the only? We're just lining that up with the words, the description. We're matching the imagery with the poetry. If it was already over when he spoke to the chauffeur, who told him new clues were found only in books. I think those are all the same. So it does say replace fork with something connected to 10. Huh? To Tanner fork. To Tanner fork. As in something connected to 10. Was 10 one of the numbers in the... I think it was one of the numbers, because A ended up being 10, right? Yeah, A was 10 in our sequence, our train stops. X, Y, Z, A, B, C. So, tome after tome, so was crossed out in place of and. Oh, there's cuckoo clocks here. Okay, getting distracted. Hold on. So, tome after tome, in the actual book, so tome after tome. Oh. In the published version, it does say so. But here she's crossed it out and written and. So now I'm not sure. Should I be making note? This could be a red herring as well, right? Just making note of these words. But am I supposed to note so or and? I mean, the crossed out word is so. I'm going to note that. But it still is not making a sentence. This is not making a sentence that means anything. Or it's not even a sentence so far. Tome after tome that the library loaned, and the books that he had that he already owned, were searched from their covers all the way through. She's got in parentheses, colors. Were searched from their colors all the way through. That's not what's in the book. The book says covers. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. This, okay, so there are actually cuckoo clocks in the published version as well. Dude, I think there are letters. I really need the magnifying glass now because I feel like I'm seeing letters on these books. It looks like there's an O here and a lowercase q here, and this looks like maybe an A, but then I'm not sure what this is. There's a W down here. Have there been small letters in other places? Gosh, well, soot was down here. There's part of me that hates this. Part of me that hates this because I know that the game does red herrings, right? And so, like, there's part of me that's like, I can't say raging right now, but there's like a simmer of a what's the term? It's like not scorn. Is it contempt? There's this like frustrated, like being upset with the game developers here, or developer. I don't know if Tonda Ross is the sole person to be blamed in this situation, but the fact that these letters that I'm seeing, these small letters, could be a complete red herring, right? There could be so many details. The cuckoo clock could be a complete red herring, and I hate that. I hate that. That I've got to. That's part of the puzzle solving process here, is figuring out what's a red herring and what's not. A new clue becomes Uncle Aw. Yeah. Draft the sixes. The stars. That's the one about the stars. The fixed stars. Lunar renamed was, I don't remember right now, but Tender Cipher is the Red Prince. I'm not, there's, I need to see what those letters, I need to have a magnifying glass to check those letters a little more closely. Now, this is fascinating here. Denoted in verse. Denoted in verse. This is from the music room. We've wondered about this denoted in verse for so long. And now, because it's got arrows coming from it here, he's got a note to remove it. And sure enough, it was not in the published version. But denoted in verse, is it also supposed to be shifted around like draft the sixes becomes the fixed stars? Denoted in verse, what book title has a V in it? None of the books from the library fit the bill, I don't think. History of Arindia. Drafting Strategy. Curse of the Black Bridge. Realm and Rune. These don't have V's in them. Are there other books somewhere that has a V in it? What other books would there be besides the ones that we've picked up from the bookshop? Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. Swimbird. EPCW Pump System. Just double checking to make sure there's no V that I'm forgetting. There is Volume. Drafting Strategy Volume 3. But I don't think... History of Arindia, Ajira to Araja. Ajira to Araja. That's an anagram, isn't it? Those two words. Oh, man. So many potential directions to go here. We're not even halfway through this book. We're not even halfway through this damn thing. Denoted in verse. This might be a book title, but I don't know what book title it would be. He changed all the letters in the lines that he found. There's a note here, lines as in ranks or lines as in spines. Lines that he found. She was considering alternatives, lines as in ranks or lines as in spines. He checked all the colors for each key that he wound. A nod to my uncle's parlor game? Oh. All the colors for each key that he wound. He doubled the meaning of each seasonal greeting, as my mother used to call me. Okay. Mary, Mary. And found that the diction of each word was sound. Unending homophones. That's what these are called, right? Gates. Homophones? Potato, potato. A nod to my uncle's parlor game. Lines as in ranks or lines as in spines. Lines as in ranks. He changed all the letters in the lines. Oh. Lines as in ranks. What does that mean? We have like ranks 1 through 10 in the estate. Those kind of ranks? Or lines as in spines, like your backbone? This confuses me here. I don't know if it's supposed to be a clue. The rogue moon, though, sitting out here. That's another thing I haven't... Okay, let me do a quick sidetrack here to go to the... Go back to the classroom. The in eclipse. The in eclipse is the rogue moon. This is the first that I've noticed this. But in eclipse is the rogue moon. And it's because of that cutscene. When we looked at the cutscene and we saw that this chart is a little different at the bottom in the cutscene. It doesn't have the, you know, the sleeping sun face, or maybe it's a moon face. It doesn't have that in that version. It just has the rogue moon. And now we see the rogue moon here in this version of a new clue, even though it's not in the published. Oh, I'm getting my windows mixed up here. Hold on just a second. It's not here in this version, obviously. Oh my god, my alt tab is not going where I think it's supposed to go. God damn it, I'm getting a little bit frustrated here because this is information overload and also Windows are not behaving the way that I want them to. Let's go back to... They got the clue here for using a sledgehammer in the entrance hall. Glad we got that figured out. How is the rogue moon important? In eclipse. He stayed up all night and studied the maps. He laid out the floor plans and measured the gaps. And if his directory was a trajectory, it was nothing short of a full mental lapse. Are these words important? If it was, the fact that those are not in the... were not in the original, her original, she had to insert them. Okay. What's this note? From what I was told, I believe Margle's directory is currently 22 rooms short of completion. No cause for concern yet, as Uncle has thankfully removed Pump Room from the draft pool. From what I was told, I believe Margle's directory is currently 22 rooms short of completion. The overall number of rooms are 110, correct? 46 plus 64. Isn't that what it is? Yeah. 46 plus 64 is 110. 22 rooms short of completion. That would put him at 88. Is that number important? We know 8's important. Is 88 double important? No cause for concern yet, as Uncle's thankfully removed Pump Room from the draft pool. Why is that important? I'm getting at the point here where I might be out of brain energy for this session of trying to crack a new clue once more. A man obsessed and cuckoo too. That's not what that's not in this version. It is! I completely forgot that a man obsessed and cuckoo too, except it's in quotes. Ah, they would say as he would wander through. Okay, that's why. They added the quotes there. Okay. Because it's quoting what they say. The best medicine is not yet evidence. The best medicine is not yet evidence. Now here is crossed out evident. I'm going to keep noting the crossed out words, but I'm beginning to doubt that these are important. That this is just maybe part of... We're showing that, hey, this is part of the manuscript process. You're eventually going to change some things, edit some things. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. When another crossed out word. Yeah, I don't, Even if you did rearrange these words, I don't see how they would help you. So the crossed out words might not be a thing. He'd have, and having read this over so many times, oh, I'm, some of my alt tabbing here is not being shown. I'm noting some crossed out words because I didn't have my display capture on the right thing, but it's fine. And having read this over so many times, having scoured over each of the lines, have you exhausted your search? Have you seen all the signs? 1 per page. Anything? Oh, wait a second. There's a rook here on this page. But in the... Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can figure this out. There's a king here. There's a king here in this, on this page. Swap the king with the rook. It's a white king for what it's worth, which we know is in the office. And on this page, there is a white rook. Sorry, yeah, a white rook. Which I think has, there's a reading, the reading nook. Let's go through the rook. Let's go to this tab here. Rook. Let me review. Is the color important? Is that the thing I messed up? Did I mess up the color by trying to swap a white king with a black rook? Is this the mistake that I have made? Clock tower is a black rook. They actually want, oh my God. Oh my, no. No, it shouldn't work that way. I disagree. I disagree. No, man, that annoys me so much if that's true. What the, God damn it. You've got to be kidding me, man. No, God damn it. The chess pieces are all the same color here. On the chessboard, they're all the same color. You can't tell me that it's so complicated and involved to already just set up the chess piece and get it to where you have one of each piece that's even in the damn house. But now on top of everything, you're telling me that I have to swap the correct color rook with the correct color king? Are you serious? I don't even know if that's how this is gonna work. I don't know if that's how this is gonna work. But let's, cause I do believe we can confirm this here. Hold on, let me just, I'm not even showing this on screen. I'm sorry, my display capture. I'm going to the freaking precipice and I forgot, you're not even seeing what I'm seeing. Cause I'm so out of sorts right now. This you're watching the Akinar descent into madness live and in person here as this new clue version 2. Screw you. I think, hold on. 1 second, folks. I need to go to my screenshots here. I take a screenshot of basically the end screen of every draft. No, I don't even have to do that. What am I thinking? No. What am I thinking? Just go to the damn game. You've got it in your freaking game. It's in your video game. The clock tower was rank 5. God damn it. And the clock tower is a black rook. I don't know if I had it on screen. I don't think I had it on screen. The clock tower is a black rook. The mechanarium is also a black rook. No, not the mechanarium, excuse me. The conservatory. And we did have a conservatory, did we not? Not on day 51. That was a different day. Day 50 was a conservatory. Oh my god. Because we tried this on day 50, didn't we? We had an office, but we would have had a conservatory. And did we also have a clock tower that day? No. We did have a vault, though. The vault is one of the white rooks, and the other one is the reading nook. We had both of those. Did I not try to swap them? Or is it you still have to do the full chess puzzle, but then swap the right color? Maybe that's what they want you to do. And if so, I'm still so frustrated that that's a thing. Because the chess pieces in the stupid precipice are blue. They're all the same color and they're blue. On the actual chessboard, they're not different colors. Why would you make me swap the same color in the actual room in the house? It might not even work that way, guys. I might be jumping to conclusions because I've gotten down a rabbit hole in my own mind here. I don't know. Let's quickly try to go through the rest of this here. We've got a rook on the table here. And it's the fact that there's a white and this in the stupid book, the rook is white and the king is white. And so now I'm wondering if they have to be the same color. That's what got me there in the first place. Okay, moving right along. We'll test it if we we're going to be out of time just from going over this book here. And we'll see what we're able to do in our draft after this. But holy shit, is this okay? This is the last page. Thank goodness. Or is there perhaps something now, which was crossed out for due? Okay, something overlooked but now in view. Why is there an arrow here on the page that goes here? The suspect is minor. Typed. Handwritten. Yep, that should be handwritten. This should be typed. Because the red notes are only false when they're handwritten, or is it the other way around? Remind Randolph to set this up before we leave, as in the suspect is a key, right? Bo Lee, because Randolph needs to put that in the system. Remove sign from this final illustration. Remove sign, because platform 8 goes in the one that's in the... Why did that change the... Why did that change the zoom? Sorry. Right, because Route 8 goes on the first page. And you don't want that sign being duplicated here. I don't know why it's duplicated in this version. Do is crossed out for now, so we'll make note of this, but I don't think these actually mean anything. Could it finally be true? If it's a new clue, you know what to do. So, if we ignore the crossed out words as being important, there could also be some stuff up here with the magnifying glass that we need to check out. So, they're magnifying glass, we will return here once we get a magnifying glass. But before that, we've been given a clue about castling. Did we go over this already? To show the entire route? I read that quickly in my mind. I don't know if that's important. Showing the entire route here in the book. You don't need to see it in the book because you can see it in the safe house. Because I don't think that the book actually shows the entire route. I guess it does, kind of. It's still blocked out a little bit, but it's mostly shown. Much more than it is here, I suppose. But dead end in major key, XYZ, ABC, seen all the signs. This we've seen. We figured this all out. Major, major, small name. Those are clues that we figured out previously. The stuff that's new here is the presence of the rogue moon on this page. How important is that? It might just be like, oh, this is where the rogue moon door is in the antechamber at the end of the house. Denoted in verse. That's also a very obvious difference between the two books. And now maybe we have an idea that, hey, this is supposed to be a book title. I just don't know which book yet. There could be some letters here on this page, but if they are letters, I don't know what to do with them. Could be a red herring. Or a dead herring, haha. Swap king with rook. There was maybe a clue here for the drawing room, an additional clue for 6 add 6 Torlor et. That's what I'm seeing on first glance on a new clue. There it is. Okay, that's as much brain power as I can devote to that right this second. Sorry guys, can't do any more. Also, I'm just realizing there are diamonds here on this. Are those important? Does nuance have something to do with the coffin laying in front of Draxus? Holy shit, guys. Okay, Draxus was guarding even more than we thought. Crazy. Where are we headed? Are we heading out here? No. We're heading back this way, right? Heading back this way. Let's go to the house and draft. Let's draft, and we'll try to be speedy about it, because we've already taken so much time just going over this new stuff, but that's fine. That's fine. This is the game. You have to deduce, investigate, and make deductions, and hopefully not too many incorrect assumptions before you get to something. I am going to be, I'm gonna flip the table. If it turns out that we were meant to draft, that we were intended not to draft a white rook to go with our white king. If that's, oh my God, I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm gonna lose my shit, guys. Oh my God, why are these rooms pointing to the observatories pointing in on each other? We don't want that right now because we need to maybe just take a chapel. Yeah, we'll take a chapel. It's fine. It gets us over to the West Wing. It's good enough. Don't care about losing coins. Maybe there are even some coins in the chapel to replace the ones we lost. But I feel like it's been forever since we've actually seen new things in the chapel that we... Things in the chapel? Resources in the chapel that would be of use to us. That's what I was trying to say. This is kind of a sucky choice because I was hoping to get a den or a West Wing hall. I think a reading nook would give us a white rook. Have to remember that. But the reading nook is common. We should be able to get it in other places. I think I'm going to use a set of stars here. Or a set of stars. I'm going to use a redraw here because I still want to draft the corner because maybe we get a ladyship's chamber. Let's redraw. Here's where there's my den. Cool. Thank you. What items do I have again? Just the metal detector. Okay, so no sledgehammer to break open any chests or anything that we find. I might spend a few rerolls here to try to get her ladyship's chamber online. That could be a good one to aim for. Commissary would be a nice pickup because we know that we need a magnifying glass. And we could loop around in other places to draft down the West Wing for more shots at her ladyship's chamber later in the day. But I really am not in a hurry to go back and look at... I need a break from a new clue for now. So I don't want the magnifying glass just yet. Let's spend maybe a couple of redraws here to try to get her ladyship's chamber. See if we can make that happen. I'm gonna presume that I won't need a locksmith today, because it feels like I never need a locksmith. And I'm okay spending a few stars here to put us back into the 40s. Dang. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going here. None of these are... Well, the storeroom would be good. That would be totally fine to pick up, but let's take a few shots here. Let's try to get her Ladyships Chamber. This is the spot. This is the spot for it. I do want to code check as well. I do. If we take a guy's bedroom, that gets us a bunch of dice. Maybe I settle for that. But this is the spot where you get her Ladyships Chamber. You don't have to get it here. A conservatory, maybe I would settle for as well. I'm gonna keep redrawing. This might be silly to do this because there are, you know, the thing is there are other commons that it's competing with. Start an experiment now. I might settle for the laboratory. I'll settle for the laboratory. Just let's get our experiment online. Until I'm convinced that the crates from the tunnel are no longer, that removing more crates is not gonna get us anywhere. Until I'm convinced of that, then I want to keep doing this. I want to make that our reality. Now, what trigger or what cause do we combine? These are not the most exciting of causes, but we haven't drafted any shops yet, have we? We could do shops and turn on our shop. Maybe do the Banner of the King for shops. Let's do that. Yeah, let's get some crate removal going. We can definitely, the other option would be to make red rooms. Be much more likely, but that's gonna eat into our step count a little more than I'd like. I think I'd rather get shops because I do want to get a magnifying glass from the commissary, and of course a showroom would be fantastic to hopefully get us an ornate compass. Let's do this. Shops and crates. That's going to be our duo for the day. Let's start it. And then other network duties. Quickly check. What are we checking here? Staff announcements. Honestly, I feel like my brain is completely exhausted just from going through a new clue. So some of this might be done with the rest of the draft, maybe a bit of an autopilot. But let's see if we can still make some good headway. We don't get her Ladyships Chamber down here, and yeah, if we don't get to do the chest thing today, it's fine. We've got now a good reason. We've got a way to remove quite a few crates. So let's just make shops more likely from the get-go and see where that takes us. Now, I don't want a locksmith here, so I think I'll just settle for the corridor rather than using one of my redraws. I don't want a dead end here, though. So we'll just do the corridor. Keep drafting in this direction for now. I'll take the break room here. Once again, don't want to dead end myself. And this will get us some keys. At least a key. Could be a silver key. 10. Whoa, what the fuck? Excuse me? I see a sliver of blue here. Well, my first thought is the fact that this sliver is like 1/3 the size of a normal slice of the pie. So does that mean that 18 is really supposed to be 6? Wow. Oh. It's, oh. Because I was going to say 20, you can't divide that evenly by 3. And the same thing with 1. But if you add them together, you get 21, which is divisible by 3. Oh my god. So you got to do some shit first. Same thing here. You do the multiplication and then you come back and you divide? So 1 times 3 is 3 divided, or divided by 3 makes 1? I don't think I like that, because it feels like it breaks the order of operations a little bit. I don't know if I like that one, guys, but we got it right, so cool. It just feels a little... There's a part of my brain that just rejects it. Like, nope, that's not how that should work. Because you're stepping forward in the order of operations to do multiplication, but then you're coming back to where you've got a sliver of the first step. Is just the fact that there's a sliver involved at all. Now you're supposed to just divide by 3 at the very last step. I don't know if I like that one, guys. I don't know if I'm down for that. Oy, oy, oy. Okay. Courtyard here. Sure. Spend a gem to get 2. And maybe some other fun stuff, because it's a courtyard. All right. I have keys. I might go ahead and just use a... Yeah, we'll use one here on the chest, because I need more gems and stuff. Or just get more keys. That works too. Sure. We don't have a shovel. So let's go back to rank 3. Try to fill out our base a little bit more. Casino's pointing in the wrong direction. The casino, and I don't want to spend 2 gems on a casino right now. So I guess we'll just get a den and get a gem. Even if it's not using all our doors from the den. So just keep going. Gift shop, not amazing. I'd much rather have a kennel here, I think, to go over to rank 3. Continue on rank 3. But we do have that door from the hallway, and also the spare master bedroom. So maybe I just take the shop to make sure that I get a crate removed. That might be the better pick. The kennel is still one that we have not drafted on rank 8, I don't think, for whatever that's worth. So, okay, I'll take the gift shop here. And then what I'll do is I'll go to the hallway and draft from there. And eventually we want to get back to the spare master bedroom, which maybe I'll do after I drafted the hallway from its doors. Let's at least take the gift shop. And maybe I'll even draft the door from the gift shop. We've got a crate out of the tunnel. And... yeah, let's actually draft this room here first. Because every room that we draft in this way, in this direction, we get back eventually when we go to the spare master bedroom. Now I can take a commissary. Because this will likely solve my gem problem a little bit more thoroughly. I'd like to lock down a reading nook if we're going to do the chest thing at some point, but I don't know that we're doing the chest thing just yet. So I think given our experiment and the fact that eventually I want to have a magnifying glass to go back to the catacombs with, we will have that magnifying glass. This shop, though, looks very similar to the shop that we had yesterday. Am I right? No gems! What the heck? Where are my gems at? Okay, but we do get a nice... some help in terms of our in terms of our steps. Our steps are going to be fine. Like they always are. Is this the part where I turn back and do the hallway? I'm going to draft. I'm going to draft this. I got 6 keys. I kind of want a door that goes... I was going to go for a door that went upward. Now I could see us taking a closet here. We take the resources from the closet, which I'm hoping would be a gem. And then we turn around and go to the hallway. And maybe we'll work our way up the east wing. But the closet here does make that a little bit awkward. We just have the door from the courtyard to the rest of the house for sure. Do we want to make any inventions in the workshop? We could make a burning glass. We could make... That's basically it right now. I don't need a burning glass for anything. The workshop just gets me a door that goes to the east wing. Maybe that's fine. And then I don't have to worry. If I get a room... Okay, I'll do that, actually. I'll take the workshop. We've already gotten the blue memo in the workshop. We don't have to save this for rank 8. Let's put this here. And then we'll get the... We get a shovel. Cool. So now we could make a detector shovel. The metal detector is still going. Does that mean there's a key or a coin somewhere? Key right here. Cool. Do I make a detector shovel? Probably. I think a detector shovel is... I'd prefer having a jackhammer for more dice and gems, but we're pretty far away from making that at the moment. So I think I'll just settle for the detector shovel. Because it does both, right? This is not really removing the ability of one or the other. We don't need junk for our experiment because we're drafting shops. So let's do this. Now we'll draft this door from the workshop. And if I don't get a door that leads up, I'll probably use a star. I do get a dining room, though. Okay, so the dining room, maybe this just connects me back to the hallway or the spare master bedroom on its own. Dining room is fine. The two rooms that we were hinted at to try to get on rank 8 are the wine cellar and the mechanarium. So we'll take dining room here. And then we'll draft downward. Because now this might just solve our problem altogether of getting back to the spare master bedroom at some point. Gym or bedroom? The gym loses us a few steps, but it does help fill things out a little more cleanly, and our step situation should be fine. I think I just take the gymnasium. We'll just take it out of the pool as well. It's fine. Coins. And let's see what room we get below the gym. A little bit awkward. I don't have to connect to the hallway here, but it does. The way that I've drafted this now, it's going to be awkward. I want to take at least one step into the master bedroom to get the steps that I've been waiting to collect. So I was really hoping to get like a east wing hall to get me down to the corner. Probably worth spending some stars for that. We have 2 east wing halls, even though they are unusual rarity, I think. And there's still security room and a number of other 3-way rooms that showroom would be a shop that could get us down there. There are a few shops, though, that are going to want to either dead end us like the laundry room or turn us to the right like the kitchen. I'm going to use the redraws, though. This is what we've got redraws for. Just use the redraws. You've got stars for this purpose. Fuck. Oh my god, East Wing Halls, where are you? Where are you? We've spent so many stars already. I really want a 3-way room. A kennel will suffice. That works as well. A straight through room or three-way room was one of the ones that I was going to be settling for, question mark. Hi. I feel like it changes. The doggo that is... Oh, it is kind of randomized which doggo is making itself available for pets. Isn't it? Feels like that part is a bit randomized. We get an old rusty nail. Anyways, in our first dig site with the detector shovel. Okay. Conservatory. Cool. Kind of don't want to spend the gem on the one hand, but it's a conservatory. So we take it. Oh, there's a trunk here. Can I get some gems, please? Thank you. Let's go. Good trunk. What are our options here in the conservatory? Parlor, observatory, and conference room. Conference room. In terms of its utility for the draft, I feel like I'm never missing a conference room. So it's probably better to leave it unusual rarity. There is part of me that wants to see what the memo is when we get to rank 8. So making it a bit more common might be a good idea. But I kind of feel like I'm going to leave it at unusual. The parlor being common is very nice as well. 3 gems whenever you need it. Really gets your draft off on the right foot. I don't really feel like changing that one. And the observatory, if anything, I might want to make the observatory commonplace just to guarantee these are such good rooms for us now. But at the back of my mind is always this idea of collecting all the blue tents memos. You could make the parlor less common, so it takes longer for you to see it in your draft. I think we make the observatories commonplace, honestly. I love getting the observatories. They're such a strong room the way that we have them set up now. And I'm really glad we have a duplicate observatory. That feels so good. Much better than it does having duplicate closets. I think I make this common. And I think I leave the other two the way they are. Okay, observatory, commonplace. And now we can get our steps from the spare master bedroom. 19 steps. Ooh, and a compass. Okay. Sure. I'll pick up a compass. I don't know if that's helpful or not. I never know for sure. But a key somewhere? A coin. So back to the entrance hall. It was also curious, looking back at that cutscene and the way that Simon enters the estate for the first time in the cutscene. The camera did seem to center on these flowers. Is there anything important about these flowers that I've overlooked? There definitely have been things in the entrance hall that have been important that we've overlooked for... These vases were overlooked for very, very long before presenting themselves as more crucial to the situation. I don't know about those flowers, though. We don't have to redraw this, right? This one we can just take a closet, and then we can go back around to the gymnasium and draft a dead end from it. We get a lucky rabbit's foot. Yo. That's cool. It could be correct also to take the laundry room at some point, because we do have so many coins, and swapping coins for... Aha! Swapping coins for gems wouldn't be a bad move, but also, when you get a showroom, you get to spend some of those coins. Hopefully, this time, on an ornate compass? There we go. Alright, it's back. It felt like it was a guaranteed item for so long. and then it didn't show up last time. Emerald bracelet is good too, but man, do I love me an ornate compass. It is only for the first 3 floor plans that you draw, but I feel like this solves so many problems. Let's take it. Might be back for a chronograph. Maybe. Yeah, so now, you know, picking up a vault wouldn't be a bad move. If nothing else, it gets us a white rook, which we still don't have yet on the estate. I'm going to be so flippin' mad if that's the way it works, man. If that's the way that this stupid video game works. God damn it. Do I take a casino now for coins? I don't think I take the Geist bedroom. Just I need a door at the very least. I don't need to redraw here. I think it's actually better to take the parlor. Well, the casino does guarantee us that we get another crate removed. But we are under a shop banner of the king, so the casino is going to come back around. And the parlor, I'm okay with not getting it on rank 8 again today. Let's just get the gems. Until we're in double-digit gems. Gems is the name of the game. This is also our 40th parlor game if we get it right. Well, it's our 40th game no matter what. Is it going to be our 40th in a row that we've solved? I hope so. Can we get our trophy? Could we actually get a trophy today for the parlor game? This box is not empty. This box contains gems. All statements that contain the word gems are false. Oh dear. So that makes 2 statements, right? This statement contains the word gems, as does this one. Okay. I think the easiest way to proceed here is to say that let's first presume that, oh, wait a second. Well, this has to be a false statement, doesn't it? Because if it were true, you'd have a contradiction. It contradicts itself. So this statement cannot be true. Except, isn't it also a contradiction the other way around? Wait a minute. If this statement is false, what does it mean to say that this is a false statement? Because you could say, there could actually be 2 things here, right? And this is where it's like contrapositive versus converse or inverse. I always get these mixed up. All statements that contain the words, that the word gems are false. Well, you could say that only some statements that contain the word gems are false. Some statements are true, some statements are false. That could be what you get by saying that this statement overall is false. But you could also say that all statements that contain the word gems are true. Isn't that just another way to say that this original statement is false? And I think it has to do with those particular things, contrapositive and whatnot. Am I going to take the time to talk to ChatGPT and figure out which one is which? All statements that contain the word gems are false. Well, we can probably figure it out here. If we say that this statement is false, which it has to be, right? It can't be true because it contradicts itself. If I'm correct, like I am making an assumption that this statement here contains the word gems. Like, are we dealing with a special parlor game rule here that says the fact that this word gems is both in quotations and it's colored? Have we had that before? Where one of the words is actually a color other than black? Does that mean that this statement has a special exception because this word here is colored and in quotation marks, is it not really in the statement? I'm going to assume that's not the case. Gems is in this statement. This statement contains the word gems, just like this one does. So if I say that this statement is true, that's a contradiction, because it would be saying that this statement is false. Contradiction. So that means this statement has to be false. So if we say that this statement being false means all statements that contain the word gems are true, well, that also can't be the case, right? That would also be a contradiction. So we can't have that be the case. There has to be a situation where this is not contradicting itself. So the statement must mean saying that this is false means not all statements that contain the word gems are false, meaning some statements that contain the word gems are false and some are true. This statement is false, so that the true statement is that some statements that contain the word gems are false. So that doesn't really tell us much of anything, does it? It doesn't really help us in one way or another. We just know that this statement has to be false. That's all we know. Because now this statement could be true, it could be false. This box is not empty. This box is, well, what we do know, here's the thing. We know that this statement has to be false. So now what we can do is we can presume that this statement is also false. If we say that this statement is false, then this box is empty. This box is actually empty. And furthermore, because we know that this is false and we've presumed this to be false, this is true, then this box contains gems, okay? So we don't have any contradictions in that case, and the white box would have the gems. Now, what if we presume the other direction? What if we say that this is true, that this box has the gems? Well, we know that this statement is false, just like this statement. Oh, is that what we're saying? Is that why? Okay, interesting. Because at first I was thinking we also don't have a contradiction. If we presume this to be false and we presume this to be true, oh, we don't actually know the validity of this statement, do we? Just knowing that this one is true doesn't tell you whether this one is true or false, except it sort of does. Well, we know that all statements that contain the word gems are false. Has to be false. Ah, okay. I think I get it. I was starting to get to a point where I thought I might not understand this. But let me see if I can simplify this. All statements that contain the word false, that contains the word gems, have to be false. I wish this were easier to read. Gems. Gems. This statement is included. All it means, because we know that this has to be false, it means that, oh, it does mean that the other statement has to be true, doesn't it? Doesn't it mean that this has to be true? We've said that the statement that saying that all statements are false, statements that contain the word gems, that means both are false. That would be the equivalent of saying this statement, right? But that statement, both of them are false, has to be false. Because yeah, we've been down this road. This contradicts itself if this is a true statement. So this has to be false. It's meaning that not both are false, meaning one is true and one is false. That's what this means. There's only two statements here that have gems in it. This one doesn't talk about gems. One of these is false. One of these is true. And I don't think we even have to look at this one to know, right? But we can say, we just know this one has to be true, doesn't it? I think that's the only world where I actually know what's going on. Any other situation, I think the white box has it. I think it has it. This is definitely one of the ones that I've been less certain about. But I think I convinced myself just now because of this statement and how I have to keep re-examining it just to be sure, because this is 40 for 40. I don't want to screw this one up because I overlooked and I assumed too quickly something that wasn't the case. But all statements, there's only 2 of them. And this one has to be false. This one has to be false. And I don't think I'm not going to overcomplicate it by saying that there's some special exception here that gems is colored and in quotation marks, therefore it doesn't count as being in this phrase. That's not how this works. That's not how this works. This one is false. Right? Because if it were true, it would just be self-contradictory. Therefore, one is false and one is true. Holy crap, it actually just pops the trophy out at you right here and now. I was not expecting that. I was really not expecting that to happen. It actually just, where did that even come from? That's not even possible. There was no way they were hiding a trophy in there. It just literally popped out of the box. Oh, that's amazing. I will take, thank you very much. Win 40 parlor games, a logical trophy. There you go. Boom. In recognition of your unending pursuit of the truth. Whew. It had to be this box. It just had to be. Finally. Oh my God. I was scared though. I was scared. Just like, you know, basically every time I do the parlor game, I'm a little bit scared. There's always a little bit of uncertainty. Like, did I actually do that right? Or am I going to look like an idiot on camera? Is that going to happen right this moment? Ah, the music room. Denoted in verse. Denoted in verse. What book is out there that has a V in it? What am I missing? Okay, we're not re-rolling here. It's just a matter of bedroom versus music room. I think I'll just settle for the bedroom here. This gets us some steps with the sleeping mask. And I don't have a reason to... Our key situation should be fine. And also, part of me wants to redraft a music room on rank 8 if we get the chance. So let's just settle for the bedroom here. And once again, just like every other day recently, no items in this place. Items have been banned from the bedroom. Observatory. Second observatory. And start to build that star count back up. And maybe get... I know what the... I think I have... the 45 star rewards are noted here, I think, in my observatory sheet. Oh, Draxus the Dead. I might actually take Draxus the Dead because we do want a wine cellar. And we could also take a Southern Cross because we want a mechanarium. So maybe we take both of those things. We might just take both of those things, and I have an ornate compass that I can point this direction. Because I think I keep going up the west wing. Sorry, east wing. And then we can always come back around to the courtyard at some point. Yeah. That seems good. This gets us a Diamondus Major as well, correct? Boom. Twin trunks if we go back to the entrance hall. And I think I take both of these suckers. Let's do it. Okay. Yep, up the east wing we go. Ornate compass in hand. Life is good. Just take a pool, right? Eventually, I want to get the pool on rank 8. But I also want to get the locker room, the sauna, and the pump room on rank 8. So we go to the pool. And there is a key. Wouldn't mind having some dice here, just so I don't have to spend stars. But we don't get either. Car keys? Maybe will be handy. Probably not. But our key situation is good, as it always is. It's all these wonderful perks, like the swim trunks that we have available to us now. Now, speaking of rank 8, we are basically there. I'm gonna have to take a tunnel in this case. But we are basically at rank 8, are we not? Don't love taking a tunnel, but it does get us a couple dig sites. Or one dig site, I guess. We don't have the root cellar today. But our doggos save us a key. All right. There it is. God damn it. They actually did give us the music room. Okay. Watch me not be able to find the blue memo once again. I'm taking it here. But watch me once again not be able to find... There's our dining room online as well. Watch me once again unable to track down where the blue memo is. Was I looking for like hidden levers in the lamps? Probably. Okay, so they've been pretty clever about this before in some other rooms. Secret garden key, all right. Where could they have stashed this that I overlooked? Was it hidden in the harp somehow in some really devious, pixel perfect way? Hidden within the harp? Denoted in verse. We have some idea of what to do with that now. At least I have an idea. It could be a completely wrong idea. It may not be what you're actually supposed to think. Which is the idea that it's actually a book title that needs to be rearranged. Oh God, am I really not going to find this thing again? I'm trying my best to relax my brain and get it in non-tunnel focused mode. Whatever that looks like. I think I'm gonna overlook it again. Or maybe it's not even here. Maybe the music room is a lie. The idea or the fact that it has a blue memo could be just it could be another dead herring. I'm like looking at the backs of the chairs, thinking it might be stashed in one of those somehow. My God. Is it like stashed in here? At the end of the the end of the notes. The notes, the music sheets. There's no music. There's no piano to be played, right? Stashed like in the crevice, one of the piano crevices. Gosh, this one is wow. Oh my God. Oh my God, it was behind the piano. Fuck me. Hey, at least I found it the second time. At least I found it. Holy moly. There is a major key hanging on a wall in the safe house. What? A major key hanging on a wall. Screenshot. Hanging on a wall? We just checked the footage the other day of the safe house. Do we need to recheck it? Major key. What's hanging on the wall there in the safe house is there's this. We seek what's in the shade of truth. That's not a major key, is it? What else was hanging on the walls? This? The train metro? Major stops. Oh. Maybe this is what it was talking about, because in terms of like the key to a puzzle that was contained within a new clue, this is a pretty major key. I wonder if that's what the memo. There are 12 major keys. Except memos in Hartley's room are false, aren't they? Hold on a second. I got to remind myself. What do we find in the dark room? Memos in Hartley's room. Green memos found in Hartley's room are always false. Except, isn't this a red memo? So green memos found in Hartley's room are sometimes true? And what do we find in Hartley's room? 12 major keys, correct? There are 12 major keys. This memo here, there is a major key hanging on a wall in the safe house. I think it's talking about the train stops. That's what first makes sense to me. It even says major stops on the safe house itself, or on the train stops. The map. That's the term. It's called a map. Okay, we found the music room memo. Holy crap, I would have been so embarrassed to not find that for a second time. We cannot use a secret garden key here, so we use a regular key. And let's see what they give us. We've already been to the attic on rank 8, but we have not been to the drawing room. And this also lets us continue the draft in both directions even. So that's great. Or at least it's better than having a dead end here. I don't want to take a planetarium. I'd rather draft. I'm pretty sure we have not done the drawing room. Let me just confirm that. Blue Tens memos. Drawing room is number 25. Is that true? Drawing room is 25 and I don't have it. So let's take it. Let's take it. Was the blue memo on the back of the first place I went in my mind was the chair that was being highlighted by the Rumpus Room cutscene. Alzara. Goddamn Alzara. Okay, where's this thing at? Oh, I thought I saw it. I thought there was this shadow here that looked like a blue memo. It's got to be here somewhere. Fireplace? Clock? It wasn't actually in the safe, was it? They probably wouldn't hide it in the safe, would they? Because you might not have opened the safe yet. And it probably would be a little unfair to put the blue memo in a place locked away. Just hide it in some deviously fiendish hiding place. That basically counts the same as being inside of a safe. Because I won't be able to see it. Is it gonna be like behind one of the paintings, just barely visible? Like the corner of the note is gonna be hanging just visible next to the picture frame. Oh my, this one is turning out to be a doozy. This one is turning out to be... This freaking... Why do they have to make these so hard to find? Why? Like, it's already hard enough to find things in this game, man. It's so difficult to put all the things together in this massive monstrosity of a video game. Why do you have to make the blue tents be so silly in the way that they hide? Why must they be so... just too well hidden, man? Oh my god. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, dude. What the fuck is this? Months are slightly longer than days? Huh? What? Months are slightly longer than days? What the hell is that supposed to mean? I don't know what that means, guys. And I have no brain energy to try to decode it right now. Just noting that for later. Just note it and move right along. I can't. I just can't. I have no energy to figure that out. Okay, we're gonna go this way. Oh! Could I use the... No, the secret guard doesn't work here, right? I'm gonna try it, but I don't think the secret guard... It only works on the wing, right? Yeah, this doesn't count as the wing, even though we're up in rank 9. We gotta use a regular key here. Okay. Oh, a study. All right. I was gonna say, we get the trophy room that gets us over to the corner, but the study gets us a queen. All right. Let's take stock of where we are in our chess game, which is not very far. We do have a bishop this time, at least, with a chapel, and we have a knight with an observatory. We have a black rook with a conservatory. Not a white rook yet, but we still have the reading nook to pick up at common. So, yeah, let's take the study. And if nothing else, having the extra redraws is just good. We don't get that corner, but that's fine. We already drafted the conservatory. And I'm not desperate for gems at the moment. This gets us a gem back as well. And we have the metal detector going off. So there's a key. Cool. Keys are, like, we're okay on keys, but we could use a couple more. Okay, so the chess game is a possibility here. Now, we don't have our banner set to blue, so we'll see if the office is kind enough to show up for us. But let's keep drafting from here. We could solve our key situation with the servants' quarters. Completely solve it. It's not like it's desperately in need of solving here. I don't think I want to spend 3 gems on a cloister. I kind of would rather just redraw. Oh, but we are in the drawing room. Oh, this is interesting. So the study is not online yet. I guess I have to redraw with the drawing room first. Okay, yeah, let's actually do that. We're not going to be able to use our ornate compass is the only problem, but I don't want my only door left in the estate to be a courtyard. I do, but I also don't want to spend 3 gems on a cloister. It's not the end of the world if I do, but we got to redraw with the drawing room. Let's use it. And then I think we have the study beyond that, and if somehow the study bugs out on us, we've got the stars. Okay, there it is. All right, it just took a moment, but the study does show up. Dang it, kitchen, why are you pointing the wrong way? Dang it. We could take the kitchen just as a shop. Another crate out of the way. But it doesn't point the right direction. This is why we draft a study, guys. This is why we do it. Oh, rotunda. LOL. I mean, I'm basically just getting a cloister, right? Now I think I do take the rotunda, and I'm sad because I had to spend a gem, and I had to spend an extra gem on top of what I would have already just spent with a cloister. Unless I settle for the closet here. Or the attic, right? The attic could be just a good room to take. And then between your Like, we could get some gems back from the attic. And if we don't, we get a bunch of items to be able to make stuff in the workshop. And then we go back to the courtyard, and between our drawing room, study, inkwell, and ornate compass, we should still be able to get to the rest of the house, or hopefully at least the other 3 rooms in rank 8 from the single door at the courtyard. We also have the Southern Cross in effect. Okay, let's just take the attic. Let's just take the attic. This is the better room here than compared to the closet, right? And the rotunda is not very good in that spot. It's just not that good. Okay, coin purse. Fine. Gem is good. Broken lever. Broken lever. I don't think I'm taking the broken lever because I cannot make a jackhammer anymore. And I don't want to make a power hammer. So let's just, once again, that would have been a reason not to pick up car keys, by the way, but I forgot that I had a moon pendant. And now I'm sort of crowding out. We could, oh no, if you use the car keys, they're still in your inventory. So, okay, it's fine, it's whatever. Okay, we got a trunk as well in here. So key situation is more than fine. Some coins as well. I don't think the coins count as one of the items. Those were just maybe there? Actually, I'm not sure. Treasure map, though. Cool. And that's actually... Wait, is this the room that we're in? Oh, no, it's the observatory. Okay, so we go back around to the observatory and dig that up. Cool. I guess that was... Maybe the coins did count as an item. I don't think I've ever seen that up here before. Oh, this is going off because of the broken lever. I'm leaving the broken lever. Everything else we're taking. Everything else has already been taken. Let's go dig the observatory. Where you at? And then I need to take another break here. The butt is feeling it. But let's dig up our treasure first. Boy, we're doing some digging here. Gems, gems, gems. No! I mean, alright, fine. Coins, actually, that was really good now that I think of it. Because we have the coin purse, and there's a showroom that can get us an emerald bracelet. So that's actually, that's basically just as good as gems. So let's go do that, right? Let's go. Are we making anything in the workshop? Oh, brass compass could be something, right? Let's first go to the showroom. Because we're getting... Oh, there's this as well. Cool. Am I ever getting the silver spoon instead? I don't think so. With tennis shoes and sleeping mask, we're fine. This already gets us 10 extra steps because we have a showroom. The porterhouse steak, nice. Don't need to compound that with a silver spoon. That's the 30 steps is more than enough. Even though we are going through the gymnasium here, but that's still, I think, is fine. And we use our 70 coins to buy an emerald bracelet. Yes? As opposed to a chronograph and a silver spoon. I do like the ability to redraw. Or rewind, I should say, after redrawing with the chronograph. That's nice. But I think the emerald bracelet is more valuable. Just completely remove any gem obstructions, and they can all be devoted toward study rerolls. I like that idea. Go to the workshop, and can we make anything useful with... Oh, we can make mechanical rooms more likely, can't we? Or did I already use my metal detector? I did. Also, I could have made the coin purse and the lucky rabbit's foot. Do I still want to do that and double my coins? That I get the rest of the way? We already opened the treasure. And I've already bought 2 big things in the showroom. So I don't think I need double coins. I think I'd rather just leave the lucky rabbit's foot to get more items. Although, I will open the door at this point in the game. Feel free to tell me if when you make the lucky coin purse, do you still keep the buff from the lucky rabbit's foot of greater chance of finding items? Based solely on the descriptions, or the description of the lucky coin purse, it seems like it goes away, but maybe not. I can't say for sure. So feel free to tell me at this point. Alrighty, let's keep the draft going and hopefully make it to the other rooms in rank 8. Hopefully make it there and draft blue rooms. Hopefully. A sauna is a good start to that. That's, I saw a sauna. And by sauna, I mean passageway. My brain went to, I hope I draft the sauna on rank 8 one day. But right now I need a passageway. That's what I need. Thank you very much, game, for giving me the Southern Cross door that I was looking for. The Southern Cross room that I was looking for. I am not going to draft. Oh, wait a second. Well, I don't think I need Her Ladyship's chamber because I have the study now. So maybe I will draft the room to the left, and it gets us a garage, and we get car keys, and that still does nothing for us because I can't do anything with a battery. So I don't really need a garage. But I was gonna say, the study does have a black queen. And assuming that we actually need to match colors with the king and the rook, there's no way they would do it with all the colors, is there? I really hope it's not that complicated. Like, you have to have all black pieces from the rooms in the house that you're making with the chess game. I suppose we might be able to do that. Let's see, black queen, black rook in the conservatory. The chapel, I'm afraid, is a white bishop. Black bishop is in which rooms? Well, I think I have it in my notes. But if it wants us to be that complicated with this, that means we'd also have to draft the throne room to get the black king. I really hope it's not that complicated, but if we manage to get both a white king and a white rook, I presume we'd get the office before we'd get the throne room, but who knows, maybe we'll get the throne room. I'm hoping that if this is the mistake that I made, that it's just gonna care about the king and the rook. Because yes, in chess, yes, the king and the rook have to be the same color in order to castle, yes. I'm hoping that that was not what I missed. But at the same time, I am kind of hoping it is what I missed, because that means we'd be able to solve it if we get the right rooms today. What am I going to draft first? I'm going to draft the room to the right. I guess I'll settle for a dead end here. Oh, but the rotunda is free, so I don't have to settle for a dead end. Okay, and we've taken the rotunda on rank 8, so let's do it. Because I don't need the storeroom here. Unless I wanted more. Well, the coins and the gems are not the worst. Because I still wouldn't mind having a chronograph, I guess. It's worth considering the storeroom. It is worth considering, because the rotunda is, like, not amazing in that particular spot. It just gets you an additional door. And we do have a regular compass for what it's worth. So the regular compass can get us... We might have 2 lanes just to go straight to rank 8 from column 2 and column 3. Who knows? Maybe. The Southern Cross is in effect as well. There's like the weight room and the archives that are probably going to get offered here at some point. Oh god, I just realized trying to go for the mail room on rank 8 and then trying to find the note in that room. Oh god. Oh god. Do I even want to do that? I already kind of am annoyed with the mail room as a room in general. Would I ever? Oh my god. Oh, that's not an idea I want to think about. Let's just move along. Let's just forget that ever happened. I'll take the rotunda here. If anything, it just takes a room out of the pool for what's going to go on rank 8. Now I will draft... Actually, I will draft the room up above the passageway next. Because maybe this tells me if I can be a little more... Feel a little better about drafting a dead end to the left-hand side. The weight room. Oh, we never actually picked up the crown, did we? For some reason, I was just counting on us having a crown. I don't really want a weight room. But I also don't want a dead end here. So we redraw. We lose our ornate compass at that point. Is the issue. But we've got up to 8 redraws. With gems alone, we still would have more redraws with stars if we really wanted to. Or we could take the hit. We could lose the steps here and get all the extra doors from the weight room. The most important one being the one that goes to rank 7. I don't think that's worth... When we have this emerald bracelet like this, we can be a little more... We can feel a little bit better about spending the gems to redraw. Let's redraw. Could regret this. I could regret it. I will take the reading nook here, though. I think this is a spot for the reading nook. Yeah. Because then, hopefully, I can draft... Well, maybe I draft the library, maybe I don't. It's not that important. But, the reading nook... It does get me a white rook. I think. Yeah, white rook in the reading nook. So then we would just want an office, and then we're pretty damn close to getting our... Well, actually, we have a full chessboard. It's just not full of white pieces necessarily. But that would be... I'm going to take the reading nook. It's fine. So now, from here, what do I draft next? I kind of want to see what I get from the rotunda. Also, I can draft the passageway first. Yes? Or do I leave this door because maybe the reading nook... I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to go to the rotunda and see if I can get a room that goes... Well, maybe I actually do the reading nook first. Just to see which way... Oh, I have the ornate compass for the library. I can point the library wherever I want, which means I can point it upward. Okay, so that's fine. So I can actually afford to draft a dead end here first. Cool. If I want. Or I can just take a treasure trove. And then I have as much gold as I ever want. Yeah. The locksmith is another crate removal. But the treasure trove gets us the ability to buy a chronograph. As well as more steps from the kitchen, if we ever get there. Because we still have more shops to draft, theoretically. But maybe I should just take the crate removal. I don't really need a chronograph that much, do I? It's not that crucial. The crate removal is more crucial. Maybe I would also take a... No, I only have 10 gold. I wouldn't buy anything from the locksmith. I would just be taking it for the crate removal. Let's do it. Crate removal is good. Good enough reason for me. Now let's see what we get from the rotunda. There's a vault. Another white rook, for what it's worth. And it's another room that we've already drafted on rank 8. It's just not a room that goes through... I'd rather take the cloister here, actually. I'd rather take the cloister. I don't need the coins. So let's take the cloister because it gets us the door up through rank 8. Up to rank 7. And hopefully up to rank 8 beyond that. And I don't have to spend 3 gems for it now. That's the important part. Very, very crucial. The metal detector's already going off. Let's dig. But then There might be some coins laying around. Oh yeah, it unlocks a door for us because the kennel. Not that we need it when we've got 11 keys, but you know, this is our ongoing situation every day on the estate. Just keys and keys and keys that we never need. Is it in the grass? This must be another blind playthrough moment. Yeah, okay, there we go. Walking right past the coin. We'll draft here. Ugh. Well, I can rotate, and the casino goes in this direction. So that's actually fine. It's fine-ish. It's fine-ish. Yeah, okay, we'll take this. Yeah. Crate removal. And coins. Now, I think I just do the coin. I think I just do the 20 spin now. The chances of us getting to 100 is a bit low. Right? We already skipped the vault. And the chances, let's see, what do we get with a 20? The chance at 50 gold, 4 gems. 4 gems would be good. I don't know what the other one is on the other side if we can get dice. But gems and dice, and maybe 2 free spins. I think this is better than going back to get a chronograph. Right? We're getting to a point where we would like to have tomorrow rooms, but it's I'm just gonna spin the wheel. I'm gonna spin the wheel. Spin it! Whee! I guess dice are not an option, huh? Red! No, I thought we were gonna get a couple allowance tokens there for a second. Alright. 20 coins down the shitter. Not gonna be a laundry room. We can just take the vestibule. Or do we want the Great Hall because it gives us something to do with our keys? That might be fine, actually. Now, how much do I care about drafting, actually drafting from the library in the reading nook? The rare room from the reading nook or from the library doesn't really matter that much. I don't think I care about drafting from the reading nook. I don't know why I'm thinking about this so strongly, but I think I just take the Great Hall because it might have the resources, right? The resources in like it could give us gems, which is extra rerolls. So now I could also just if I take a laundry room, I'm closing off my chances here too badly. I can't take the laundry room in this spot. It either has to be the vestibule or the Great Hall, and I don't think I would redraw. I still have the key in the reading nook if I'm really desperate for keys here. I think this is fine. Let's just take the Great Hall. I like the idea that it could get us resources. And the metal detector also plays a role, right? Helping to guide us to doors that are more likely to have resources behind them. Just coins in this case, unfortunately. This anti-chamber lever is useless to us because it's blocked off. LOL. Okay, so that was one of the doors that... Oh, and we also don't have to open... If we don't want to, we don't have to open any of these doors to the bottom. And I might not now. I, at the very least, am going to be drafting... We'd like to get a blue room. Let's open these two. Whatever we draft upward, we'd like it to be a blue room. And then we would hopefully be able to rotate it assuming that it's a, let's see, one of the blue rooms we want is the wine cellar. Isn't very likely to show up because we don't have our blue banner. But that's a dead end. So I'd rather draft, if I was going to draft a wine cellar, I'd rather draft it here under the antechamber after drafting, what was the other room we were aiming for? The mechanarium. That's another one that could show up with a Southern Crossing effect. But then we don't have that many mechanical rooms. So the mechanarium is almost a dead end as it is. So maybe, how do I want to handle this? I may want to draft the room below the Great Hall first. Or maybe I go back to draft the reading nook. Well, I think I want to draft from the Great Hall. If I want to make sure that I get another door up into rank 8 from this first column, then I want to have my ornate compass here to rotate an elbow room upward. So the reading nook could, I don't have to take the library here. I could just take a dead end or whatever. Probably a tomorrow room. That's probably what we'll do. We'll come back and draft a tomorrow room from the reading nook. Here, we'll get like an elbow room that goes up into rank 8. So yeah, I want an elbow room that goes to the right from the Great Hall. So let's draft, before we draft rank 8, we're at 68 steps. Let's draft this room first. Oh, I could do that's right, I could do the secret garden. Ah, interesting. I could just do the secret garden. That's perfect. Forgot about that. I kind of wish that the secret garden key, well, it does go away. So that's great. I just wish the car keys did that as well. Why do the car keys not go away once you use them in the garage? Okay. So cool. I suppose we will open. We'll unlock the doors with the kennel. That happens as well. But then we may as well open the antechamber door. That's not open already because, I don't know, maybe we go to room 46 for some reason. So now we'll draft down. Oh, it is funny that it puts us off the map here when we're in the secret garden. We go all the way off the map because the room extends beyond the borders of the house. So we go, yeah, let's draft this room. And now we could take a vault just to take it out of the pool. And it, it does give us 40 coins, which turns into 60 coins. No, sorry, not 60. Something less than 60, but it's buffed by our coin purse. So yeah, vault. Vault. I do not want to make red rooms more likely. Please do not do that. The vault is A-okay. It gives us a lockpick kit as well, sure. I'm okay taking a lockpick kit into tomorrow if that comes to it, so I'll pick it up. We're on... Oh, we are on December 28th. We've already moved... Well, we're moving closer and closer to a new year. But then, what does it mean that months are... What did the sign say? Months are slightly longer than days? What does that mean? And why is that a blue memo? Why do I have to care how long months are compared to days? Why does that have to matter to me? Let's first draft the Great Hall. Dang. So I won't get to use my ornate compass here. I'll just have to settle for redrawing. But I want to end up with an elbow that points to the right. If it's not a blue room, then so be it. But I will use a redraw. I guess I'll settle for the boudoir because it does get me steps, dice, a gem, and it gets me another room in rank 8. We have checked the closet already. Although, would there be duplicate? Because we have duplicate closets, are there duplicate blue memos? I'm almost tempted to say real question, but I'm not sure. I don't want to draft a closet here today, though. A walk-in closet we have not drafted yet with this, with the blue tents in place. But the boudoir is what I want. Now, the chess game is still something I hadn't considered the chess game till just this moment. We're very close to solving or getting another chess game online. I'm gonna take the boudoir. But then, if I get an office offered to me, maybe I would take that to give another shot at the chess game, because I am sort of feeling like this is what they've done to us. They've want us to actually castle with the same color king and rook. And now we're basically out of chances to draft an office unless I head up beyond, if I get like a gallery above the secret garden, which I could, right? With an ornate compass, there's a chance at getting the gallery. Let's see what we get offered here, though. Can we get a wine cellar? We get a classroom. That is a blue room, but it's not really one that I want. Who knows? There could be a good blue memo in there, but I don't think I want the classroom. That's another whole wrinkle on top of this. Would there be different blue memos in the different grades of the classroom? I might make that a real question. Not for now. Don't answer that just yet. But man, do I want to maybe avoid the classroom altogether just because I don't want that headache of collecting 8 different blue memos. And there's a final exam blue memo you could theoretically have. God damn. That would be the most annoying thing ever. I'm going to redraw here. We've done the clock tower. We've done it. So, redraw. There's a walk-in closet. I really would love this to be a wine cellar, but I have to be cognizant of the fact that it's an unusual room. We do have Draxus of the Dead, so if there were any day where it could show up, this would be likelier than most. The kitchen does remove another crate. We've removed 5 already. I'm gonna redraw. Chamber of Mirrors. I'd love to see what the blue memo is in there, but we're not going to be able to open it up. More than likely, the blue memo is not going to be in that very first little chamber. So I think this is another redraw. Trophy room versus coat check. The trophy room gets us a whole lot of redraws for the room above the secret garden. Does get us a crap ton of redraws there, and it would be a room on rank 8 that we haven't gotten to look at yet. Same goes for the coat check. Very interesting. We're down to 6 more redraws just from gems. I don't really want to spend more stars if I can help it. Our star total, I'd like it to stay where it's at. I think I might settle for the trophy room. I might settle for the trophy room. I think I will do it. It gets me so many more redraws at the other remaining rooms. And there's a part of me that really wants to get the castle chess thing online. Just get an office no matter where it shows up. This is so many redraws. I'll take it. And we'll see, maybe, if I can find it, what new memo awaits us. Where are you hiding? Where are you hiding? There's our new trophy, though. Logical trophy. Get. Is it on the side? Now, maybe the first place we should check is like on the sides of furniture. The side of the mantle. Oh, I could... What if you had to spin the globe? What if it was stuck on like an opposite side of the globe or something that you had to spin? Under the hat. Blue memo. Tucked under the rhinoceros's chin. Hidden in his nose. Where are you at? What stupid, dumb ass hiding place have they chosen this time? Come on. Come on already. Ah, I see it. I see it. Here it is. Wow, how am I supposed to... Dude, where... Do you even get the... Dude, seriously? What? Oh my god, okay. It's like, I can't... How am I supposed to get close to this thing? I had to stand on the side. There were a total of 8 gems removed from the ruby crown of Arinda Ares. Okay. I mean, didn't we know this already? And are they not the 8 gems that we're picking up every time we go and open up a safe? Every time we draft the drawing room or the study, one of these red letter safe rooms, that's one of the gems from the crown, isn't it? I don't know if I feel like I've read that. That was part of the canon, part of the mythology that we've uncovered here at Mount Holly. But maybe I was just making that up in my head. Like, oh, this makes total sense that these are the gems stolen from the crown. Why is this important? The ruby crown of Arinda Ares. Did I know that it was the ruby crown of Arinda Ares? Arinda Ares is black. Ben Ares is red. But this says the ruby crown of Arinda Ares. But now that ruby crown has been refashioned into the crown of the Blue Prince. Correct? Why is this gem important? Or why is this memo important? Why? These weren't the 8 gems, were they? None of those were rubies. But it is interesting that you find this one in the trophy room. 8 gems on rank 8. Okay, did I also just... Oh my god. I did not notice this detail until this moment. There's an elephant's foot. Holy crap, that is just... There's a goddamn elephant foot as the base of the table. How... Jesus. Oh my god. Okay. It was a different time, folks. It was a different time. What can I say? I'd already noticed, like, the cheetah-skinned or leopard-skinned chairs and the zebra-skin rug, but I had never noticed the elephant's foot. The elephant's foot in the room. I kind of want an office. I kind of really want an office. I don't want any of these. We've already gotten the storeroom on rank 8 as well, but I don't want to stop the draft here. It must not stop here. And it will not stop with any of these either. Ooh, a locker room. Okay. That's a blue room that we haven't done on rank 8, and it gets me to the other rooms in the house to have more chances at an office. And we have plenty of keys still that we want to use. And this will spread keys as well for what it's worth, if we want to go round some up. The thing about the locker room that I've said before is there's a good chance that it's going to make us open a bunch of locked lockers in order to find the blue memo. But maybe not. So let's find out. The wine cellar and the mechanarium will wait for another day. Let's find out how devious they are. How badly they're going to make us search for this blue memo. If I was lucky, they'd just put it in one of the ones that's open. but I don't think we're going to be that lucky. We'll spend a little bit of time looking here. Like maybe it's hidden under the life jacket. A life jacket. Maybe it's hidden in some non-locker related place, but something tells me in the locker room, of course, they're going to hide it in one of the lockers. So, and before we go looking through those lockers, we're going to open the other doors. Oh, we have a lockpick kit. Okay. Aha! Now we get to take a kitchen, which gets us another crate removal. And then, now, here's the thing. Here is the thing. If we want to maximize our gem usage in terms of spins, or sorry, redraws. Casino was in my brain. Respins, redraws. We only have a maximum of 8 gems that we can spend at any one door. So if we want to be aiming for the office, which I think is the last one that we need to play the chess game today, we've got a study, we've got a chapel, we've got an observatory, we've got our white rook this time, and we have a pawn somewhere, like we always do. Parlor, right? Yeah. So we need to spend some redraws here to go for the office, don't we? I think I do. We've done a really good job on crate removal. If we have to settle for like a shop after we've done like 4 redraws, then maybe we can do it. But let's try to get the office. Now I do have to remember the office does cost... No, it doesn't. We have an emerald bracelet. It doesn't cost gems. Not going to sell for the pump room. Not yet, at least. The laundry room has already come back around, and the pump room has already come back around. What in the world? Those are not the office. Look at that. It's like it was meant to be, guys. It was absolutely meant to be. We get our crate removal anyways. And now we have exactly 8 gems left to, well, you know, I could have... There might be some gems in this locker room. Maybe that's what we should do first. Well, now it's beside the point. I maybe should have spent some keys first to see if we got more gems. That could have been the one thing that I did here to improve my chances of picking up an office. Okay, well, we'll get to spend some of our coins on steps, I guess. I guess we'll get to do that. Not the office. Don't need security at this point. Redraw. We actually got it. Holy shit. Okay. All right. I'm not going to get my hopes very high. I am not going to get my hopes up. Because the chances are that whatever I did wrong with castling is something else that I haven't thought of yet. And this game is dumb. Not going to get my hopes up. But also, if I am getting my hopes up and the thing is actually swap the king and the rook with the right color, the game is still dumb. Hate this game. Tomato soup doesn't do anything for us. Let's just get bananas and club sandwich. Oh, actually, that's all I'll get. That's all I'll get, because I'll leave 60 gold in order to buy the 2 things left in the showroom. Because I want more showroom things in the pool of items that the moon pendant is going to draw from. That seems good to me. Yeah. Wish I hadn't picked up these car keys, but it's fine. All right, so 85 steps is more than enough. And now we can use some keys. And I guess I don't have... I feel like the chances of the blue memo being in... It feels like it's more likely that it would be stashed in a locker that was previously empty. As opposed to the one that, like, I think is here. Or maybe it's here. But there's one of these memos on the end, or one of these lockers on the end that has the green memo. Oh, I've made note of this, haven't I? I've taken notes on which ones are empty. I have this in my notes. Notes review, 1 second here. I have this in my floor plans. I can go to locker room. And yeah, day. Huh. So, oh, maybe there aren't. There was actually very few of these that were empty. Huh. But row 3 and row 5 were empty on day 10. I think that was the only one that I actually took extensive notes on. Or it was the only one where we opened every single door in the locker room. So let's do this. How do I have this situated again? So I assume that the numbering is based on left to right when facing the lockers. And the row 1 is like you come in here and this is row 1. And then you have door 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so yeah, on day 3, God damn it, I gotta get my alt tab situation here. Day 3, this door was empty, but on day 10, it had some stuff in it. Let's open this one up and see. Today, it does have some stuff in it, some coins. We did spread a bunch of keys throughout the house, as well as gold. So maybe I should just grab the rest of the steps from the kitchen and go searching for those keys when I need to. Because we can probably open up every single door here. Now, there's still a chance. There's still a chance that the stupid memo is not in any of these doors, that it's just like hiding, you know, behind this pillar, and I didn't look hard enough. Let me just look one more time. See if it's just in some otherwise obvious location that I've tunnel visioned past. If I stand at the right angle, then I see that the blue memo is like on the floor, underneath the lockers. Like that could be a thing. Although it's looking like it's not. But you have to account for all possibilities. Like it's just obviously behind the net and I didn't even look. You know? Okay, but otherwise, I don't think I want to open doors that have notes in them already. That's just my instinct says that those wouldn't be a place that they would hide it. I could be wrong about that. I think one of those doors is right here. I think this door has a Rogue Moon note in it. So let's not open that one yet. Let's just go to this one. Was a gem in that one, but we didn't need to use it. Would they really make you open every single door? I mean, I feel like we've already established, unless it's just being very cleverly hidden somewhere in this locker that's like open but blocked by this door that I can't actually close because it has the artwork on it and it's supposed to stay forever open. And it's not cleverly stashed behind this door. I think we have to keep opening lockers. So, let's see. There was the deposit box key that used to be in row 3 in the middle. There's also, it is the very last memo here. This is the one about Kirk Darren. And then the middle of row 5 is the math worksheet. I guess that would be this door. There's like 3 doors in each row, right? We're going to have to go looking for keys, I think. Did I say I wasn't going to open this one? That's the Rogue Moon note. Watch it be next to the Rogue Moon note or something. I don't have any reason to trust any other door over another other than the ones that already have notes in them. So I'm just opening them in order here. And that's our last key. So now we gotta go find some more. But we have a metal detector, so that task should be a little bit easier. Presuming that they wouldn't stash them in too difficult of a place to find. How do we want to search through the house? Let me get a quick hydrate here. How do we want to search? Because we actually could go back and buy... Let me do that real quick. Is get some... Well, I don't need them yet. We got 83 steps right now. We can buy some more steps from the kitchen when we come back to the locker room. Let's just keep going here. Maybe we just do a grid search. Search every single room. Or keys and whatnot. With tennis shoes and 82 steps, you might be able to search everywhere. There's a key. Nice. Trophy room. Profitable. Not getting the metal detector on any other room in the Great Hall. So, let's go this way. Oh, and that's right, we spread fruit as well, so we're picking up steps from the fruit that's been spread. We did all kinds of spread, didn't we? This would have been a day for the conference room. Just when I was saying, oh, it's not that useful earlier. And, dude, we have a locksmith. What am I thinking? We have a goddamn locksmith. Did I ever get the key in the reading nook, actually? I didn't even pick up the key in the reading nook. All right, we're good. We're good. We are good. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. I forgot there's a locksmith. And there's already a key and a banana here. All right. How many keys should do it? I have more than enough gold to get just infinite keys. Make it 15. Just make it a lucky... Jesus Christ. Here I'm thinking I gotta do a grid search through the whole house. We get to play our castle game again. We get to play our chess game again. I gotta keep my... Keep your... Let's just open all the doors. Keep your hopes in check. That door doesn't open? Really? I could have sworn this was the Rogue Moon note in here. What? Is the game bugging out on me? What's going on? Was that door already just open? Oh, I unlocked it. I unlocked it. So, okay, I guess that one doesn't open. What the heck? Am I crazy? I could have sworn that my notes say that that was a Rogue Moon note. Maybe it's bugged out. Don't tell me it's bugged out specifically because it's on rank 8. Like, is that how this is going to play out? That it's the blue memo is actually not going to be inside of any of these? Is that how this is going to work? Okay, so I'm not crazy. The math worksheet is here, where I thought it was. Dude, it's actually not going to have a blue memo, is it? Hold on, there's more lockers to open, just chill. Oh, it is! Oh my god, it actually is next to Kirk Darren. Wow, they did it! Well, it's a good thing I decided to open them all. Oh, shit! The memo next to this is a lie? Screenshot. What? They had a very specific reason of putting it next to this note. I mean... Okay, Kirk Darren is not a pseudonym. How does that help me? I feel like this is almost every Blue Tense memo so far. How does that help me? How does that freaking help me? Okay. So, all right, there we go. We're about to go play some chess. Again. But maybe we'll have a different result this time. Maybe. Let's do it. What else are we going to do in the house? We're going to go to the showroom and we're going to buy the rest of the showroom. And that's it. And then we'll come back and sleep in the break room because we always do that. And that's going to be it. I'm not going to use my Blessing of the Monk on anything else, I don't think. Is there anything really fun that we could put out in the outer room? Put a tunnel in the outer room? That probably does nothing. So, yeah, I think that's what we're doing. There's no coat check to worry about this time. Are we making anything? I could make a lucky coin purse. I think I'd rather have a lucky rabbit's foot, though. We're not... Yeah, gold is always something we're fine on. So let's go to the showroom. Yeah, this is the only... I have to go around this way. So we got some new Blue Tents memos at the very least. And we got our... Oh my god. We got our massive manuscripts discovery. Draxus the Dead. Oh, and that just reminds me. We were going to go check with the magnifying glass. Do a couple more bits of perusal. At you know what? At the new clue. The newest of new clues. The new and snazzy new clue. I probably didn't need to get the silver spoon. That's probably one I could have skipped. I don't care about any items anymore. Not today, I do not. Do I care about any other... Now that our parlor game is done... or the conference room. Do I want to make the conference room more... You know what? Maybe I will make the conference room a standard. Maybe that's fine, because it's still a T-shaped room. Having another T-shaped room in the more common end of the pool wouldn't be bad. I will change the conference room to a standard. You know what? I'll do it. I'll do it. And eventually we want to get the conference room at rank 8, you know? Okay, I said I don't care about items, but I'm picking up those 2 coins for some reason. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Make a wish in the fountain that I am on the right track with castling. Even if I hate the notion of making me castle monochromatic chess pieces. I know that's how chess is played, but also there's the chessboard has blue chess pieces on it. They're already the same color. God damn it. It's not letting me look at my my room directory right at this moment. Interestingly, can't do that. You can move around, but you can't look at your room directory while you're in the elevator. You gotta wait until you are too dangerous to do while in the elevator, apparently. Okay. Okay. So, study. Rank 9. Office, also rank 9. That's kind of funny, actually, that the king and the queen are right on opposite sides of the antechamber. Funny how that worked out. Now, before we put any other pieces on the board, there's my white rook. Does it work with pieces that are the same color? At least it doesn't do it initially. But maybe we have to have all the pieces in place. Hold on. Gosh, if it makes me do this, there's our bishop. Rook is the observatory. Pawn is any space on the board, basically. Okay, now we try this. This is not gonna work. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. The reading nook is rank 6. Okay. So, gosh. All right, I will give permission. This is a real question. Does castling, or does proper castling involve rooms with chess pieces that are all the same color? Does proper castling, do I need to get rooms, do I need to draft rooms with chess pieces of all the same color? And then it will let me castle. Actually, I mean, see that question, I need to be careful about how I phrase this question, because I don't want to give away, I don't want the answers to this question to give away something that I'm not asking. So the only thing that I want to ask here is, real question. Yes or no, should I try, is it useful for me to try to draft rooms that have chess pieces of all the same color? That's the question. Because otherwise, if I put castling in there, I have a feeling that the answer might give away what castling is actually supposed to be. I don't want you to give that away. But just tell me, am I wasting my time or not by trying to get, if I do another draft where I'm like, okay, I got to do all black pieces today, or I got to do all white pieces today. I don't want to waste my time doing that. So feel free to tell me if that's a waste of time or not. Because right now, that whatever I'm doing here is not working. But apparently I was close, which is why I was thinking, well, if I was close, this would be something that I might have been close to doing, and I just didn't do. Oops. That's the only thing that I can think of right now. And if I think I have been given a nudge about castling, but I haven't read it yet. So that's where we are on that. Fun. So let's leave it at that. And I don't have any other ideas. Even if I am close here, I don't know how close I am. I will say for the record, when I was editing, I did notice again that there are numbers on the board here. Now, I feel like those numbers are just there to clue you into the fact that, hey, don't think of this as like a regular chessboard. This is, if it wasn't apparent already, this is your house. This is your 45-room estate. That's why I have 1 through 9 on the side. I don't feel like the numbers are any more important than that, but I also know that we have castle, 6 add 6. 6 add 6. Well, there is a number 6 here. And my brain starts thinking of overcomplicated things that involve 6109, the Roman numerals, add 6 to get 115. And I'm like, okay, well, one of my pieces has to be on rank 1. And then another one has to be on rank 6. And then those pieces will all make the numbers that are in 6 add 6, Torlor et. That's where I'm like, no, I'm overcomplicating this. It's got to be simpler than that, right? And Torlor et, 6 add 6 Torlor et has got to make sense in some context that I just haven't seen yet. Like I haven't seen some hidden room somewhere that's going to have like a rotation on it. Or a rotation. There's going to be some table or platform that you can rotate counterclockwise to the east, and it'll make sense in that context. The castle message. And I just haven't seen it yet, and me trying to spend mental energy decoding it is just a waste of time. Let's go back to the tomb. This game, man, it is such a rush and a blast in some cases, and so damn pull your hair out frustrating in other cases. And this is just like, this day sums it up perfectly, because we had that awesome discovery behind Draxus the Dead, and then we had the realization that, oh my god, there's even more nonsense to figure out still. Will the magnifying glass reveal anything new? I don't think so, but there were a couple things that were like scribbled out, and we've seen that the scribbled out writings can look very different upon magnifying glass perusal. I did forget about all the gold that was in the tomb, but we're not able to use it in any way, so I'm not going to worry about it. Let's just quickly review the red prints. Anything in these drawings that I'd want to look at? Can we figure out what this Oh, is it like one of the... wait a second. We have seen this, haven't we? It's actually the cursed effigy, isn't it? That's what it is. From a distance, from a distance, I thought that there was like, it almost looked like, so I can see now that it's the cursed effigy and like the little arm is holding a sword. There's like a sword that's being held there. But I thought originally that the line, I thought there was like a smile. Instead of it being an arm holding a sword and you've got like the edge of the arm. The edge of the arm on the top side of the arm looks like a smile to me. From a distance. At least at first it looked like a smile and I thought there was like one big eye or something, like a cyclops gargoyle that was smiling and had like pointy ears over here. Instead it's the cursed effigy. I see it now. That's interesting. Why is our little prince holding the cursed effigy? Heavy is the scepter? Heavy is the scepter? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on a second here. What was the note from outside the house? The note in the antechamber. Steady is the scepter, deadly is the stone, heavy is the crown, ready is the throne. This kind of has all the pieces there, doesn't it? This has a scepter. It also has a stone, as in the stone effigy. The prince is wearing a crown. Could be the paper crown. And then you've got the throne. The scepter, though, I'm just thinking about, these are items that we could procure from the game. The shrine has the cursed effigy. The crown, or the paper crown at least, is in the closed exhibit. The throne itself is in the throne room. But then the scepter that he's holding, I'm not sure that's an item that we've picked up. What were the items that were in the... I'm thinking about the armory. We had the axe, we had the morning star. This doesn't really look like this scepter. This doesn't look like a morning star to me. There's the self-igniting torch, but that also doesn't really look like this scepter. I don't think this is a... I don't think this is a an item that we've picked up anywhere. We do get the mention of a red castle made of stone. Heavy is the crown, ready as the throne, deadly is the stone. Scepter, stone, crown, throne. Feels like there's something to figure out here, but I'm not quite getting it yet. And also, I don't think... Well, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe this is... Maybe I'm reading too much into this little sketch in A Red Prince, but... Feels like there could be more to that. Is there anything to see here on the... Like... The lobster has some secret letters on him or something? Everything... That's right, we've got the sigils here. We don't know why those are important yet. Other than the fact that potentially each realm could have a bird associated with its core. But why do we need to know that? Anything for the magnifying glass on these sketches? This one we wanted to maybe look a little bit closer at. That doesn't help. I don't see anything there that I didn't already see. And I don't know what he's looking at. I really don't know if there's supposed to be anything there for him to look at. Or that we're supposed to see him looking at. I think it's just, he's reading a book. And maybe he's reading Red Prince. Maybe. His mother's trying to show him some stuff, though. He never caught a glimpse of the world I had to share. So she's here, like, showing off a bird. Maybe another bird that's associated with a certain core. And she's also trying to show him some planets. Dowja, among others. But the magnifying glass doesn't really show anything differently. There's also a bird cage. But all he can do is read his book. He's stuck in his book. Then there's a butterfly. There's a blue butterfly somewhere. What is that telling him? What is that telling us? If you look closely, you might see it too. Am I supposed to look closely here and see something that I don't see? With the magnifying glass specifically? One day the prince saw something new, and if you look closely, you might see it too. Actually, is there something up here? Is there some hidden text up in the sky? Look with the magnifying glass, look closely, or you might miss it. Look closely. We've never seen invisible ink with this thing. We've seen very faint, finely printed ink, but so far nothing invisible has been revealed. And I'm not seeing anything on this page. The skies parted, clouds withdrew, the prince had a new favorite color. The color blue. Okay. Not really much to see there from what I can tell. Maybe I'm missing some stuff. A new clue. What is this supposed to be? Also kind of feels like a treble clef if you tilted your head. Is that important? Oh my god, I hate how this is making my head hurt. Platform 8. There's lots of different things that are lots of little squigglies on these notes, but I don't think any of them make sense under the magnifying glass. Like those are not initials on Bon Margle's back. But there were what looked like letters in some of these. Oh, this is one of them. Depart. Like it has to be departures, doesn't it? But I can't read it very well here. The magnifying glass doesn't make it clear exactly what's behind it, but it can only be departures. Double check with Kirk about documents. These must be the documents, you know, like the notes that we find in the patio and the nook and the office and the pantry, the low case clues. I'm starting to think that Kirk Darren, well, but now we know Kirk Darren is not a pseudonym. Swap the king with the rook. Just seeing if there was anything on. I was focused on the sketches, but was there any text I needed to look at more closely with the magnifying glass? This was maybe one of them, but it just looks like he lowercase. The X? Why is that X there? Is it supposed to be under beds? Under beds and in nooks. Is the X like supposed to draw your attention to beds? Why is that there? That makes no sense to me. Nooks. Too obvious? Huh? We didn't really check the nook for anything. New today. But we do know there's a low case clue in the nook. Is that all this is? It's just like... He looked under beds and in nooks. Is it too obvious to repeat the name of one of the rooms with the low case clues in it? So here's where I saw what looked like letters, but I don't know. They look basically the exact same when I put a magnifying glass on them. It does look like a letter O. It does look like maybe a letter Q and a W, but so what? Now, okay, interestingly, there is actually a little something on this cuckoo clock, isn't there? Let me take a screenshot of this. But instead of there being an actual clock, cuckoo 2, this one has a counterclockwise rotation. A counterclockwise rotation. Why is that there? And are these all just red herrings? Or dead herrings, or whatever the hell you want to make of them? I don't think the magnifying glass is super helping us here. But I guess, you know, it did show us that thing with the cuckoo clocks just now, but I don't know what to make of that. Why is Marlowe's directory currently 22 rooms? It feels like there's so much to mull over here, and my brain is out of juice for today. But let's just see if there's any other details that we might have overlooked, and we can mull them over later as needed. Show the entire route, yeah. Yeah, it's not like the actual new clue where most of this you can't really read until you have the magnifying glass. This is all pretty legible as it is. I don't see anything else here. Something overlooked but now in view. What's it pointing to here? Suspect is minor. That's it. Remove sign from this final illustration. I think that's where we're going to have to leave this for now, guys. My brain is done. My brain is done. That is where we're going to wrap up this installment of Blueprints. An enormously profitable installment of Blueprints on the one hand, for sure. Definitely a day I wouldn't want to have skipped. But also, just like so many other days, where in spite of the accomplishment, I am left with so many questions. And I think more questions than when I started. It just feels like you pull on one thread and 10 more appear, and you're like, what in the world is going on? When is this ever gonna end? Let me off of this crazy train. I don't know why I'm even opening these. Actually, that silver key I don't want because it's gonna be an item for my inventory. And the whatchamacallit, the moon pendant. You know what I'm getting at. But yeah, we'll end our day as we always do in the break room. I think I'm done picking up useless items that are not going to carry over, but otherwise a very fun draft. I enjoyed the draft itself as well. We got to put quite a few new blue rooms, 4 in fact, that we got blue tents memos for. So that was also very profitable, but we still don't know what the heck to do with them because none of these blue tents memos make any goddamn sense. Let me just look one more time. I'm always anxious about missing out on something that I could have done, but we don't have anything in the coat check because we don't have a coat check to put anything in because we never took anything out because it's not there. We do have the break room, and so this is where we'll end our day with a 45-star total that we'll look to. We didn't check the tunnel. We didn't check the tunnel. Fortunately, that is something we could do on day 53 right off the bat. We removed a bunch of crates from the tunnel. My brain's fried, guys. My brain is fried. We removed a whole goddamn buttload of crates, and then I didn't even look in the tunnel. We'll save that for next time. Chances are, it didn't really get us anywhere, because we only removed like 5. And I think there's still like 20 crates stacked in the way of whatever might be beyond that stack of crates. So all is well. We'll figure out what we did on day 53. And we have our another garden shopping center among, it feels like that's been a pretty common one for us. And yeah, Draxus hiding that secret. The original manuscripts. How are we gonna figure out all that is supposed to be figured out? Holy crap. Castlade and all this stuff. this freaking game. Well, only one thing to do, and that's keep on pressing on to day 53. Thank you all very much for joining me, and I hope to see you in the next one.